Shortly, we'll start our meeting. Madam Clerk, are we ready?
Yes.
We have our Secretary, Phyllis Riley. She will be acting as a Madam Clerk tonight. Yes, our Madam Clerk is, she has a procedure done. She will not be here tonight. Mr. Gonzalez, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council of May 9th, 2023 at 7 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Council President. Roll call for the regular meeting of May 9th, 2023. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Here.
Councilman Mendez.
Good evening, Paterson. Present, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Uden. Councilman Velez.
Welcome, Madam Clerk.
Councilman
Yes.
Khalid. Council President Khalid.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Council President, we will now have the prayer and flag salute. Is he here? Our prayer will be rendered by Pastor Jason Moody of the Christ Covenant Church in New Jersey, followed by the flag salute led by Mr. David Gilmore in recognition of his service to our country. Can we all stand for the prayer and flag salute?
He's in the hallway.
He's in the hallway. He's coming. He's in the hallway. He's coming. Give us a moment. Our minister is coming.
He's coming in now. Yeah, Jason Moody. He's right there.
This is going right. They give him mic.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Gracious God, thank you for this day. Thank you for life, health, and strength. We thank you for this opportunity to meet, to discuss the business of our community. Father, we pray that your presence will be with us in here. Help us to be sensitive to each other's plights. Father, hear the cry of our community. We pray for sensitivity, wisdom, love, forgiveness in the room, that our community may advance and that our community may grow. Father, we pray against the corrupt heart. We pray against the ill intent heart. Father, we pray tonight for a spirit of unity in the room. We believe that we can do more if we're working together as one unit. And we believe that it can be accomplished through your power and through your love. And we thank you again for this opportunity to do things different and to do things better, to make a difference. And we pray in the name of Jesus Christ that all things are possible. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Let us remain standing for the flag salute. Rendered by Mr. David Gilmore in recognition of his service to our country.
David. To the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmore. Everyone, please remain standing. We'll now have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones. Thank you. Everyone may take your seat. Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance.
Yes, Council President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meeting Law, 2022 to 2023. Meeting date, May 9th, 2023, 7 o'clock p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1, the annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2022 through 2023 on or about July 1st, 2022. 2, a schedule of the regular meeting and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2022 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicano News, the Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Meetings Act. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, member of the public, I see a lot of community members are here. We do want to give you an opportunity to speak. Before we do that, we have a couple of presentations. Also, we'll do a couple of city business. We must do the city business to move our city forward. Then we'll open up the public portion. First presentation will be by Councilwoman at Large, Lilisa Mims. She is honoring Flames Elite Cheerleading Squad.
Let's give it up for Flames Elite. So I believe that, Councilwoman Cotton, I believe that recreation is a very, very important component to ensuring that we save our sons and our daughters. I am so proud of these wonderful young ladies that have been rocking. I wish I could do some backflips and somersaults and cartwheels again. Maybe I'll come to practice. But to your coaches, to all of the young ladies, all ages, and you know, some of the captains and everybody that's been volunteering, I am really, really proud of you for going down to Florida and once again putting Paterson on the map. So I think we should all adults stand, will all the adults stand, and give them a standing ovation, all the adults. All the adults. When we honor our kids, we honor our community, and when we honor our community, we save their life. And so before I call the names, I'm going to have Councilwoman Cotton say a few words, and as I call your name, you're going to come and you're going to greet from here and shake hands, and then we'll go in the hallway and take a quick picture, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. I just want to say, I am so happy for our young ladies bringing home the championships, the titles, to Paterson, New Jersey. And let me just say to you that people know greatness come out of Paterson. And you young people are great. Don't never let no one say you're not, but I want to say congratulations to my young ladies and to the coaches for giving up, for doing, for wanting. It's in your heart, and you wanted to do this for us as a community. To the parents, to the grandparents, to the aunts, to the uncles, continue to support our children, whatever they do. And remember, you don't need to have a kid to go see the show. All kids are our kids, so let's understand, let's all show up when they're competing somewhere. If we're able to do that, that's what we do. But we must celebrate our young people. I remember back in the day when my little girl was a cheerleader and ballet and all kind of dances, Councilwoman, you know. But I want to say to you, congratulations, a job well done, keep it up, you are great. Remember, greatness come out of Paterson, New Jersey. Thank you, God bless you.
So at this time, we're going to call your names. As we call your name, come this way, shake everyone's hand. Then we're going to go in the hallway and take a picture. That way you could go home and watch your movies and eat some food or whatever. Eat your Takis. You know, that's all y'all kids love those Takis. When I'm in the school, that's all I see is Takis in the book bag every day. First and foremost, Coach Pauline Jones. Coach Alexandria Abang. Coach Jean McCurdy. This is for you, but this is for the other coach, okay? And this one is yours. We're gonna go on a hallway and take a picture. Okay. Samaya Leonard. Where's Samaya? Is Samaya here? Okay. If I say the name wrong, forgive me. Is Samaya coming? Samaya Leonard? Or Samia? Okay. Leonard, she's not here. Denalyn Guzman. I like those medals. I like those medals. Congratulations. Alana Dennis. Let's go, Alana. Corinthia Talmadge. Congratulations. Khadija Siri. All over. Destiny Peterkin. You're jingling, ladies. Yasmin O'Day. Congratulations. Rosie Jackson. Can I borrow one? Can I just borrow one? Kaylin Guzman. And I just want to say all these young ladies are from all over the city of Paterson. This is yours too. Luis Ramirez. Let's go, Luis. Naylana Bartholomew. Renee Bailey. Or Renee Bailey. Yeah, here you go. Leilani Quinones. Okay, thank you. Congratulations. Chloe Pipkin. Hey, Chloe. How are you? Kaylee Bloomfield. Hey, beautiful. How are you? Journey Lattimore. Let's go, Journey. I like that name. Congratulations. Kimberly Marshall. She's here. Yep. Jade Williams. Let's go, Jade. Congratulations. Kendall Campbell. Kendall Campbell. I said your name right? Yes, that's her name. Okay. Janai Edwards. Let's go. Congratulations. Hayden Pimentel. Holly McKeechin. I said your name right? Yes, it's Haley McKeechin. Milana Spellin. Hey there. Awori Austin. You famous. You made it to television. Congratulations. Yeah, this is, take your award. Samai Wright. Let's go, Samai. Congratulations. Here's your award. Get your award. Mariah Briggs. Anila Anderson. Malia Spencer. Congratulations. Look at her. Right here. Give me, shake my hand to her. That's all right. Yeah. Take your paper. Anila Swinger. Winter McCoy. Let's go. Congratulations to the McCoy family. Ava Cosme. Congratulations. Ajay Morrison. Congratulations. Anila Delgado. Congratulations. Michaela Taylor. That's my baby. That's my baby. That's my baby. Let's go. Up top. Yeah, take it. Congratulations, Captain. Nyla Hughes. Congratulations. Trinity, AKA. Not here. Alicia Boucher. We could do better than that. Let's clap for her. Congratulations. Janai Alfred. She's not here. She's not here. Janae Alfred? No. Tiori Adams. Malia McCoy, my other baby. Officer McCoy's daughter. Let's go, Malia. Up top. Wait, you gotta get your stuff. And last but certainly not least, Soraya Robinson. Let's congratulate all of our flaming elites. And let's go in the hallway. We're going to take a picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton, for honoring our young ones. Very well deserved. Once again, congratulations to Flames Elite Cheerleading Squad. Let's give them a round of applause. Now we'll have a presentation by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila.
Councilwoman Davila, I know that. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's time to honor. Let's give a round of applause to all those young females and males cheerleaders in the city of Paterson. That's why recreation should be invested in our youth. So, to the audience present, if you notice that we had some beautiful, I know I'm gonna call them. Yeah. Just let's have a moment until they exit, and we go ahead to divide attention what we're going to do today. Sorry, Amanda, if I'm blocking the name, but everybody knows your name. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, so the reason you see those beautiful posters and pictures in our chambers. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. So everybody in the chamber had noticed the pictures and the poster that we have in front of us. People come to our country and they pave the road for others. I know everyone knows Marcia Julian or Marcia Julian, but a lot of people don't know where she came from. She came early age from the beautiful island of Cuba, came to Paterson, had paved the roads for others in the radio network, television network. And today, her legacy is posted in every picture that you see here tonight. We did this resolution because we have other issues in the city that we need to take care and business, so we decided to do it today to honor the legacy and the time work in the city of Paterson of Marcia Esther Sotorio, well known as Marcia Julian. Marcia Julian, her family could come forward. She deserves a round of applause. Aquellas personas que no conocen a Marcia Julian, que ha trabajado en nuestra ciudad por muchos años, vino de Cuba, hizo lo que tenía que hacer y es un orgullo hispano en nuestra ciudad. Marcia, pasa por acá, Marcia. Marcia, párate aquí. Yo sé que ella tiene dinamita. Párate aquí mismo. El que conoce a Marcia hay que saber controlarla. Dios me la bendiga. Quiero dejar a una persona que también fue auspiciadora de esta resolución, con co-auspiciadores los concejales. I want to call my councilwoman at large, Marissa Davila, to, from this point on, do what you had to do. Okay? Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you so much, Councilman Velez. Let's get it correct. I was the sponsor of this beautiful resolution, in addition to you and the remaining council. Marisa, let me just tell you something. Paterson, the city of Paterson, is not the same. It is not, since you left. I need you to know that, and I can say this here publicly, all right? 45 years of a career, 21 years that you've given the city of Paterson. I know I didn't want you to leave, but I have to say this. I don't know if it's because you left, but you look so much younger and so much more beautiful. It's like a weight has been taken off of you. But I just wanted for everyone, and I'm going to read this. And so, sorry, council colleagues, I know you don't like us to read, but I have to.
Please, please.
So this resolution is honoring the life and the trajectory of Marcia Estel Sotorio, and as you said, also known as Marcia Julian. Whereas Marcia Estel Sotorio was born in a small rural village of Minas in the province of Camagüey in Cuba. She was the youngest of 4 siblings and the only daughter of Emiliano and Maria Esther Hernandez. And whereas her eldest brother, Rodolfo Hernandez, made it possible for her and her brothers to leave Cuba shortly after the revolution commenced, her parents also came and joined their children in West New York, New Jersey. Can you either hold this and all right. I'm sorry, I'm having a little difficulty here. And whereas a young Marcia, also known by her TV name Marcia Julian, was given the opportunity to work in WWOR TV Channel 9. Y'all know that was in Paterson, right? And on-site news reporter, and did a plethora of TV commercials. And whereas in 1978, Marcia was married shortly thereafter, she had her only daughter, who is here, Vanessa Sotorio. And whereas she went on to work in Telemundo, Channel 47, and Univision, WXTV, Channel 41, where she was known as the host of multiple shows as Luces, Nueva York, Ahora, and starred in a variety of different topic segments and interviewed a multitude of famous singers, actors, and successful businessmen and women. And whereas in the 1980s and into the early 2000s, Marcia went on to become the main anchor woman for the 6 p.m. news alongside anchor woman Rafael Pineda. She was also very well known in the Latino community and donned the covers of multiple magazines and publications, and was the host for a morning show, Buen Día Nueva York, and shortly thereafter, 5:30 en punto. And whereas Marcia's next chapter in media was to be an on-the-air radio personality and worked in a multitude of radio stations such as Radio Guado, 97.9 FM, La Mega, El Vacilón de la Mañana, Suave 93.1 FM, Latino 1310 AM, and iHeartMedia Total Traffic Division, providing traffic reports in for multiple states. And whereas in 2002, she acquired a position in the city of Paterson in the Department of Community Development under the administration of Mayor Jose Joey Torres. During this time, she initiated the Division of Cultural Affairs, which opened the loving arms of the city with the purpose to embrace the multitude of nationalities that the city of Paterson has. Thank you. Yes. Oh, I'm gonna cry. And whereas as the acting director of the division, Marcia took part in coordinating, promoting, and supervised various events such as the Great Falls Festival, the Paterson Parade of Lights, Easter egg hunts, cultural celebrations, flag raisings for several different nationalities from the city of Paterson, special event programs designed specifically for community participation, promoting public relations within the community, such as the Mother's Day breakfast. I miss that. For the elderly, movies in the park, national night out, etc. And whereas after a dedicated 45 years of her life in television and radio and 21 years in the city of Paterson, Marcia commenced her retirement and will be remembered as a loving, hardworking, devoted, and loyal employee. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson that the Municipal Council wishes to honor you, Marcia Esther Sotorio, and acknowledge her outstanding service to the community. The statement of purpose, this purpose of this resolution, is to honor the life and trajectory of Marcia Esther Sotorio. And this was seconded by Councilman Mendez. Congratulations. You also have various citations from Councilman Velez, the entire council, as well as the mayor's office. And now a few words from our honoree.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. Thank you. Thank you to everyone, the ones that I know.
We love you.
Michael. The word that I love the most. I love all the words, by the way. I go to all of them, and I know the best restaurants, and I know where to go and eat. And the fourth word I love, because I love driving through there, and then the young people, they would look at me, and they would say to me, "What are you doing here?" I said, "I came to look for food. I love food." And it was just, different things that it just grew, and the Arabic food, and Puerto Rico, and Dominican Republic. Where are you from? Where? Bangladesh. Oh my God, I got beautiful stories from Bangladesh. Amazing Bangladesh. And we went to Bangladesh? No, not yet. We gotta go, definitely. But let me tell you, this is really, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you to this man. Thank you so much. Oh my God, I'm getting old.
Thank you, Marcia. Council President, take it from here, please.
Thank you.
Can we do a quick picture in the front, please? A quick picture in the front?
Marcia.
Okay.
Councilman? Yes. She deserves a quick picture over here.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Thank you, Councilwoman Davila, and rest of the council. We do have a lot of speakers tonight. Let's do some city business. Then we have to hear from the public. Please be patient with us. At this time, I will take the motion for payments of bill. Councilwoman Davila.
Okay, if I may, my apologies. I do know that there's a lot of people here, so I will make this quick. We received the payment of bills in the amount of $17,131,719.95. This week was not a payroll week. If you look, the county taxes were paid $12,775,000. So the majority of this goes to the county taxes, in addition to other statutory expenditures, over $3,602,759.16.
Second.
I make a motion for payment of bills.
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Discussion, correction? None. Roll call on payments of bill.
Yes, Council President. Roll call for payment of bills for regular meeting of May 9th, 2023. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As usual, as I've done weekly, when we have items with regard to expenditures that I feel are inappropriate, and just in light of, and I know it's not a part of this bills list, but just in the spirit of contention and understanding that there'll be delays now on Hinchliffe Stadium for a shortage of $2 million, and we have yet to see an expenditure report. I'm standing consistent in how I have for quite some time. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and absolutely, transparency in government is everything. I definitely agree with you, Councilman Jackson, that expenditure on detail, we all deserve that, but let me just make a point that we do need our county as a partner, as a great partner, because out of this bill, most of the money, 12.7, is going to the county. There's bill to pay, and we have to be fiscally responsible. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Newton,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Every year we approve a budget by this council. They have used the money to make sure that the service goes to our residents. Is our responsibility to pay the bills? My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. We have 6 in favor, 3 absent. 1 no, I'm sorry. 6 in favor, 1 no, 2 absent. This payment of bills is passed.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's continue with the consent agenda, items 17 to 32.
Yes, Council President. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are items number 17 through 32. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez. Roll call on consent agenda.
Roll call on the consent agenda, items number 17 through 32. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I just want to highlight in the consent agenda, item number 18, as the resolution honoring Paterson Charter School of Science and Technology and their 20-year anniversary. Congratulations. My vote is yes.
Council President Kalik?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you,
My vote is
Council.
yes.
Thank you, Council President. The vote is 8 in favor.
No.
7 in favor, I'm sorry.
2 absent.
2 absent. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have 2 non-consent agenda. Councilwoman Mims is not here.
None.
Let's do item number 34, Madam Clerk. Actually, Councilwoman Mims is here, so we could do item number 33.
34?
33 and 34.
33 and 34.
Then we'll go to, we'll open up the public portion.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is item number 33 on the non-consent agenda. Resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Reverend Dr. Alice R. Crawford, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton. City Council Resolution number 23:310.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 33.
Roll call on item number 33. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Congratulations for all the contribution to the great city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So to the life and legacy of Reverend Dr. Alice Crawford, who was a legend and an icon in this community, that did so many great things. She lived in the 3rd Ward for a very, very long time. Her church was on Lafayette Street, Hope of Deliverance. So to her daughter and to her family that made this request, I'm really happy to make sure I'm not just doing it now, but I always gave her flowers while she was living, because I think it's important that we do that while they're living. So when it comes to doing these things, it's just an addition to what we've already done. God bless her life. God bless her family. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Newton?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Resolution number 33 is hereby adopted.
Item number 34.
Item number 34, on the non-consent agenda, resolution authorizing purging of taxes on Block 4503, Lot 2, a.k.a. 27-29, Prospect Street, owned by Sheltering Arms Ltd. Finance, Resolution number 23:311.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Davila and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 34.
Roll call on item number 34, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Newton.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 34 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to thank everyone for being patient with us. Now we'll open up the public portion. How many speakers do we have, Madam Clerk?
27 speakers, Council President.
27 speakers.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So, before you open up the public portion, I just wanted to take a moment to address some of the public, acknowledging some new faces that I've seen in the chambers. First, I'm satisfied. I'm very pleased to see that there was, in spite of what we just witnessed a few months ago, as we have a lot of people who've come in to address some of their concerns, they were not turned away. So I'm very pleased that at this point we're making some progress, because I want to remind everyone, just only a month ago, when we lost the life of Najee Seabrooks, there was a great deal of people who came to these chambers and they were restricted and denied the opportunity to have their presence here. And just acknowledging some of the people that I see here in the Dominican flags, and in error last week, and I want to thank my council colleague, Councilman Mendez, and also Director Ramirez for loaning me an opportunity for education when I made a grave mistake of mistaking Juan Pablo Duarte for Trujillo. And obviously people have the right to be upset. There was an assassination of someone who people hold in high regard, and I respect that. But what I am happy about is the fact that that you guys, everyone had an opportunity to come forward today and express that displeasure in an environment where we're all supposed to be welcomed. And with that being said, I can't help but to notice that the item for televising the workshop was once again excluded. We had another opportunity for education, as I would never stand in a position of not being able to be educated. I'm capable of making mistakes like anyone else, but my mistakes are never intentional. But when you have a group of people who are intentionally trying to avoid public access, we had an opportunity for education when our great councilman of the 6th Ward, blurted out some things that were totally incorrect, and we had an opportunity to correct that, where those votes was not to control the agenda. It was to control whether or not...
Point of order, Council President. Is the public portion open?
It is not.
We got many members of the public. This is why we're held up. Council President,
yes.
I thought he was going to apologize to the Dominican community, but he pivoted to something else. Can we get public portion?
Yes.
Point of order. Let's get the public portion.
Yes. Let's not, 1 second. Let's not prolong this. We have the public here waiting. Let's hear from them, Councilman. Councilmember, we have the public here. Let's not prolong this. Let's hear from the public.
Council President, thank you.
I did acknowledge you, Councilman Jackson. Please finish it up so we could hear the public.
Of course.
Let's not make them wait any longer.
You had an opportunity to address this point of order, which is not a point of order. When I ask for the floor, I have the right and the privilege to speak of whatever I would like to speak of. If there's an educational moment for the community, it is to render an apology to those who felt offended, which I just did. I've made apologies before. I've made mistakes before. But I tell you what, it won't hurt in the support that I have, because people understand my heart, people understand my mission, people understand my agenda. What I'm also pointing out is the agenda of those who continue to try to derail the political process. So I won't exclude a moment from pointing out the fact that we had another item illegally removed from the agenda. If I have the floor, I have the floor to speak. He does not have the opportunity or privilege to truncate my opportunity to express myself. So once again, I would like to render a thank you, a great appreciative thank you to Councilman Mendez, Brother Ramirez. I appreciate the opportunity for the education. Again, once again, I apologize to anyone who I may have unknowingly and unwillingly offended. It was not intended. I'm here night in and night out, fighting for all of our people. And again, I'll point that out, that fortunately no one lost their life here. But the public was able to come in, they wasn't counted, they wasn't restricted. When we had a young man murdered, we was restricted from these chambers. And every single one of these council members that are standing here, and they weren't standing in agreement then. They weren't standing in agreement then, and they know who they are. I don't have to point them out. So if we're going to acknowledge when people are wrong, then I have no issue with doing that. Let's acknowledge the wrongs that's happening each and every day in our community that's taking place with the members of this council. I appreciate the moment. Thank you again,
President.
Councilman Mendez. Thank you.
Council President.
Council members.
Council President. Just very brief before we continue, please.
All right. Right after Councilman Mendez, we'll open up the public portion. Let's not prolong this public waiting. Please be patient with us.
Yeah.
Councilman Mendez, then first speaker, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President, and I will definitely will be brief. And we all, as a human being, we make mistakes, but we grow when we acknowledge our mistake, when we admit that we were wrong, and that speaks value. So, and as a Dominican, I take your apologies, Councilman Jackson. Right after the comment, I send you the entire bio of Juan Pablo Duarte, who is the founding father of the Dominican Republic, who gave his life for our freedom. And you know, the most pure Dominican that we ever had in our land, and he is the man for the reason why we're free in that nation. You read the bio and you admit that you make a mistake, that you confuse Juan Pablo Duarte with a dictator, and I do take your apologies. I believe that this community, we got to get united. We all here in the city of Paterson. This city is the most diverse city in the nation. We have over 55 nationalities here, and we need to understand that our real enemy is the violence that we face in the city of Paterson. Our real enemy is the lack of resources that we have in our city. Our real enemy is the lack of recreation for our children and the lack of job and opportunity for our community. That's why we all need to fight and move on the right direction. So I do take your apologies. I know there's members of the Dominican community leaders that came to speak about our history, but I sincerely take your apologies, and I do believe that we could definitely move forward. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. First speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the first name on the public portion is Leslie Lopez, on behalf of Dominican Republic Consul General.
What's the name? Leslie?
Leslie Lopez.
Leslie Lopez? Hold on one second. Yes, the mic is on.
Good evening.
Good evening.
With all due respect to these legislative chambers of the City of Paterson, New Jersey, using the power granted to us by the Constitution for free expression and freedom in a functional democracy, we, the Dominican Republic, we, the Dominican community, residents of this great city of Paterson, would like to bring to your attention a series of events, uncalled and offensive, to the historical character of the founding father of the Dominican Republic, Juan Pablo Duarte. In addition, we recognize the right of others to debate and differ with us on a social and historical issue as the independence of our republic in the year of 1844. Furthermore, it is important to bring this matter to your attention as legislators of our noble city and educate for further reference. It's an honor to speak in retrospect on the prolific life of one of the most important individuals in our historical endeavors. The founder of the Dominican Republic the symbolic figure of our national identity, Juan Pablo Duarte's name resounds in the deepest part of our national consciousness. Juan Pablo Duarte Diaz was a universalist, nationalist, idealistic man whose life, sacrifices, and courage are examples to be emulated by all Dominicans, not matter if they live in the island or this diaspora in the United States. Time and space are not sufficient to denote such a high figure in our Latin American history, who was disqualified by action, omission, and or intention, as racist and a traitor to the homeland in this same chambers. That is a great offense to our community, and that is not acceptable. We are not willing to accept such low qualifications to a hero who gave up everything material for the foundation of this homeland. It is painful that we have to come to this place in order to clarify and say how wrong they are treating the Dominican community, because an offense to the hero is an offense to us all. We repeat, an offense to us all, because we are all Juan Pablo Duarte. We all carry him deep inside of our souls. It is necessary not to bring down from his pedestal such an illustrious man who faced empires such as Spain, England, France, and others with great valor, whose intentions were to end slavery and emphasize democracy. Duarte had a great conviction and knowledge, and in that way he organized a secret society of Trinitarians, obtained resources to purchase weapons for his compatriots. He said, "Every foreign power or sink the island." I quote. The patriot gave colors and shape to our national flag, accompanying with rifles on his hand those who dared to shout for freedom in that twilight of February 27, 1844. These must be a great ignorance of historical facts to disqualify and create a lie with divisive and political purposes. Juan Pablo Duarte is a symbol of a hero, compared to Washington, Jefferson's Adams in 1776 with their cry for freedom. It honors them as we all honor the historic leaders of our modern times, like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., among others. There is no room for discredit, mockery, bad intentions. It struck a chord with serious consequences on a hardworking community of Dominicans in the city of Paterson and beyond. It is better to embark on a path of reconstruction, freedom, and democracy as this illustrious and advanced liberator did, uniting us all for the common good, as was previously mentioned here. Finally, we will not tolerate unfinished agendas, taken as a springboard to nobility and taking values and important transcendent human beings out with the oppressors. God, homeland, and freedom. Que viva la República Dominicana. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Council President. The next speaker is Victor Urbaez. Thank you.
Good evening, council members.
Good evening.
And members of the public. Now, G.C. Brook, we love you. De Jesus, Felix, we love you as well. Justice must be done at the end of the day because the darkness must one day be overcome by light. As a Dominican attorney, I did see the video and I was moved by it. And I said to myself, I must have some misinformation about my own history. And then I realized a mistake that Councilman Jackson made. And Councilman Jackson, your apology is well noted and taken and accepted. However, we must remain vigilant. As I always, as a history major as well, we must remain vigilant of our own history. Whether you are Dominican, Puerto Rican, Cuban, Peruvian, Mexican, African American, or from the Americas, our history is a history of struggle. That is plain and simple. It's a history of exploitation, degradation, colonialism, and genocide. No matter where you're from, and this part of the Western Hemisphere, of the globe rather. So for us to sit here and point at Trujillo, Juan Pablo Duarte, doesn't make a difference. George Washington was a slave owner. Thomas Jefferson was a slave owner, and we know this. So what are we to do about it? Our thing is to move forward. And that is why we are here as Dominicans. We are part of the fabric of Paterson. We contribute to the economy of Paterson. We own businesses, we are teachers, we are police officers, and that's who we are. Everyone that lives in Paterson is our brothers and sisters. That is the bottom line. Malcolm, who's there, one of my mentors as a young man roaming the streets. Dr. King, one of our mentors as well. We judge the individual by the content of their character. We know these phrases, not by the color of their skin. That's what we're here to do. So, in closing, as a Dominican attorney who grew up in the inner city, who I always tell people I am a convicted felon as well, we must work together. We don't have room for demagoguery. We don't have room for that. Too much is going on in Paterson that needs to be fixed, that needs to be worked on. And I tell you, to close, the one weapon, the most potent weapon for the last 500 years in the Western Hemisphere is divide and conquer. Anytime you speak badly about me and I speak badly about you, your nappy hair, your good hair, your lighter skin, your darker skin, Willie Lynch, as we know, taught us that already. What is that going to do for us? So let me just close by saying, we are one, and that has to be resonate through every aspect of the life in the city of Paterson. Nonetheless, I thank you for the floor, and I'll submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Miguel Diaz.
Mr. Diaz.
Yes. Miguel Diaz. See? Oh.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Well, practically, I just have to say, Leslie, thank you. Mr. Obaez, thank you. And now, practically, what I'm going to say before, I don't have to say that, but I want to remind you, everybody, that this community is here to stay. This community not going to take nothing for granted, and we are a community that is vibrant, and we are not going to be in the sideline. And we are watching. Don't try to take advantage of any mistake one way or another, because politics is a funny game, and we know how to play that game. And this is for everybody. We've been in the trenches for years. We not come here every 15 days, but we watch it, and we read the paper, and we make decisions, and we are cool people. We are not going to be excited. That's only happening when the Dominican parade is going to the city of Paterson. We have family people. We have been invested in this city, and we have ownership in this city also. We need respect. And Councilman Jackson, thank you for being a man. And I made a mistake. We all made mistakes. And I want to say thank you because of that. Because we like to be in harmony with everybody. Everybody. This is not a city that's going to be controlled by one side or another. That's right. We have seen through history that when one side is in power, the other side is not functioning. We had to stop that, and we as Dominicans wanted to be part of that. And we wanted to integrate into that fabric because we are part of that city and we're not going nowhere. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Norma Feliciano. Norma Feliciano.
Norma Feliciano. Okay. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Dr. James Pruden.
Dr. Pruden. Yes.
Thank you for once again letting me speak to this body.
Mr. Pruden, would you give your name, please, and address them? I'm
My
sorry.
name is Dr. James Pruden.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak to this body. 67 days ago, Najee Seabrooks called 911 in the midst of a mental health crisis. He was seeking help, and instead he was shot to death. Citizens rose up in protest, seeking some response, some plan for addressing the situation from this august body. Perhaps a well-designed CCRB proposal. Something. So far, nothing. 44 days ago, the Attorney General's office took over the Paterson Police Department. Again, looking for some reaction for this body to put in place a plan so that when the Attorney General's in office and Chief Abbasi leave, we won't be in exactly the same situation we were on March 3rd when Najee was killed and before. So what do we get from our political leadership after 44 days or 67 days? Nothing. News reports, scathing public commentary, and disruption of the very work of this body has been going on and on and on. Still nothing. On the positive side, great minds have said, hope springs eternal in the hearts of men. On the positive side, John Wooten said, it's amazing what can be accomplished when nobody cares who gets the credit. Margaret Mead said, a small group of people can change the course of the world. And in fact, that's all that ever has. Think of Jesus. Think of Muhammad. Think of Hitler. A small group of people can change the world. That's all that ever has. On the negative side, Einstein said the definition of insanity is to keep doing something the same way over and over and over again. He didn't say 67 days, but he said over and over and over again and expecting a different result. Well, some people of hope and of promise have decided not to wait for action from this council. And for those of you in the audience who are interested, for Najee Seabrooks and for his family, there's going to be a basketball tournament this Saturday at Eastside Hospital from 11 to 7 p.m. Eastside High School, yeah. It'll provide scholarship money for his daughter and for his brother. Write this down, get out your pens. Number is 856-535-3681. That number again is 856-535-3681. $5 donation, or you can go down to 100 Hamilton Plaza and get tickets there. But while we wait for our leadership to do something, there's a group that is doing something for the family. And in the meantime, we will continue to wait to see on which side this council falls. On the positive side for hope, or on the negative side of insanity. Your choice.
Thank you, Dr. Pruden. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Council President. The next speaker is Dave Gilmore.
Mr. Gilmore.
Would you please give your name and address? Thank you.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Gilmore, Paterson. A couple of things as my family comes up. First, I want to say that it was very warming for me to see the Dominican community come out and embrace Mike Jackson after he admittedly made a mistake. That's what grown folks do. Anybody can make a mistake. but everybody can't admit it. So I'm happy with that. I'm going to let current events speak for themselves. I'm not coming here to brag or boast or anything else on current events. We'll let that play out as it goes. Things are happening, and I hope things will transition soon. But I'm here for a couple of other things, because I've made some requests, and I've heard you, Council President, to say that questions would be answered at this podium and or there as well. I made some questions regarding a couple of different items, and I'd like answers. I asked, set the tone for reports, information, tracking, trending, measures and outcomes related to the reorg last year of the council that is now coming again this year, and we have no information. No information on spending, disbursements, balances of monies that were approved and allocated, and we have no information. The stadium, all of the different departments that you monitor as well, from allocations and disbursements year to year out of the budget. Where are the reports? I thought that there was going to be an opportunity, or it should have been in previous iterations, year-end reporting, even committee reports on the weekly meetings. We don't get that, so we're in the blind. I think that we would be much better off if we had more accurate reporting as to the functions of those departments, because I'm sitting here, I come all the time. I still have yet, maybe I missed it, hotspot legislation. That was a big deal a couple years ago, but we had reports sporadically. Now we get none. What's up with that? You know, so I'd like to answers on that. I'd like to know, as I've also asked last week, on the cannabis legislation. How much money have we collected? What did we collect it for? Where are we going with it? Are we going to hire a coordinator or somebody that looks like us to run the cannabis program, technical assistance, and other things related to other opportunities outside of just the growth part or the dispensary part? But there's so many businesses. There's so many businesses in the periphery of the cannabis industry that we're not getting any opportunities, and they lied to us, and we're letting them lie to us by not challenging those outcomes. Where is it? Who's doing it? Why don't we have any reports? And I think this is the last one, if nothing else overcomes me, is these EV vehicles, scooters, bikes, wheelchairs, motorcycles. They're being housed in residential units. And it was, I believe it was today, I saw another accounting of another fire. Over 50 fires in New York. What have we done here to protect our citizenry on electrical vehicle fires? I mean, we had a perfect example down here on Main Street not too long ago. Then they moved in next door, and around the corner over here, they're selling them. What provisions have we made? What interventions are we designing to protect the citizenry of these potentially dangerous vehicles and the flames and fires that come that can't be put out with regular water? They're chemical fires. So unsuspecting people in multiple family units, they don't even know that what's happening. I believe that the easiest way to fix it first and foremost is in the public housing. Just eliminate them completely. You cannot store them in public housing, in multiple family units. You know, when we go out and allow these people to do this, the public is in great danger. And we're derelict if we don't address it. So where's the reports? What are we doing? Where's the information? What are the plans? Who's doing what? Who's working with the fire chief? Because I know I've had conversations with him in the past, and he's very concerned as well. Very concerned. But we need help. Do we need our state legislators to get involved? I would probably say yes. So who's lobbying them to make something happen? It's a public safety matter. Public safety matter. Public safety matter. He's not paying attention. So at the end of the day, we also have to, one last item I forgot. We just had a listening session with the Attorney General Thursday. And I have to say that I'm quite pleased as well that we had the session. I don't know what's going to come from it, but at least we had an opportunity to express ourselves in terms of what we were looking for, in terms of the police department and his addressing the outgrowth of what is a deeper issue of corruption in the city of Paterson. It's not just the police department. The corruption runs deep and is interwoven in numerous areas. And we need forensic audits in numerous departments to make sure that as the new council comes forth July 1st, under new leadership, that we get a stranglehold on what these issues are of the lack of accountability to these departments and reporting. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Farrah Irving.
Farrah Irving.
Farrah Irving. Please state your name and address, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Farrah Irving.
Welcome,
14th Avenue.
welcome.
Thank you. It has been almost 2 years since I haven't been in this chamber. PTSD is real. Nonetheless, I am here this evening for a couple of reasons. First, I want to thank the council for appointing me to the Rent Control Board. I wasn't able to be at that meeting. I had another engagement, but I do want to say thank you. I do have some questions, though, as I'm reviewing the ordinance, and I know that the ordinance was amended in February. That ordinance is not readily available online, so it needs to be made readily available to the members of the Rent Control Board so we know indeed what we are doing. Because we can't have a Rent Control Board who doesn't understand what's happening. Second, we need to make sure that the Rent Control Board is configured properly, because under the ordinance, there's still the requirement of 2 homeowners, 5 renters, and 4 landlords. Is the board configured that way? If it is not, then those resolutions that were drafted are void. So we need to make sure that we're doing that, because if we're not doing that, please be very clear that any decision made by that board is irrelevant. So I encourage the council to ensure that all of your appointees and those of the mayor are indeed what they should be. Additionally, pursuant to the ordinance, there must be some folks who are filling out disclosures, particularly the landlords. We need to know where their interests are. We need to know who holds what, so when people come before the board, proper recusals take place. And if we have not done that, that is another issue. So I implore the council to give us what we need to properly run this board. And if we cannot get that, unfortunately, I will not be sworn in, because I will not engage in illegal activity, particularly in the place where I live. My second issue for this council this evening, I provide no legal advice. I no longer sit in Amon's chair. I do not envy you, Amon. It is difficult. But I implore you to think about Oprah. You are all creating records every single night. Again, this is not legal advice, so if anybody's watching, it is not. Every single night you are creating legal records every time you pick up your cell phones and send a text. Every single time. Anyone in the public can request what is on your personal phones, because you are doing it in the scope of your employment or of your activity as council persons. I implore you to understand that every time those things happen, my taxes go up. Because again, I'm a homeowner here. My taxes are already enough. I do not need an increase. I also implore you to look at some of these legal things that are happening, all of the issues with our police, the issues with fire, the issues with DPW and every other department under the sun. More lawsuits, quite frankly, is going to mean that people like me are leaving the city because I can no longer afford to pay the taxes here. So as a resident of this city, I sat on that side for almost 2 years. I know what it is. I know how you have to do your jobs, particularly on the administration side, because I sat there. When I left, I implored you to stop the childish games. Unfortunately, it has eroded, and it is worse today than it was over 2 years ago. I beg you, please, take care of our city, please. Because honestly, I am on a timeline. And in a year, if the city is not changed, my family's leaving. And there are a lot of other families that will be leaving with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Council President, may I briefly? Just very briefly. I just want to thank our former corporation counsel for coming in and speaking today, and also thank her for her service as she admirably served this community.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Halls That Inspire.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
It's a pleasure to see you guys again. We've been absent from here for a couple of years as well. You know, COVID's kind of hit a lot of people hard, and you know, without the incidents that's been occurring, somewhat relative on an ongoing timeline. I'm just glad to be back here again before you. Just going to give you a couple of updates on what we're doing. But first, before I get started on that, Councilwoman Davila, it is so good to see you back again. I know we spent a lot of time chattering over this period of time.
Thank you.
It's really good to see you back. Secondly, I want to thank this young man. I want to thank this brother here and all of my Dominican brothers, especially the young sister that came here and took us to school tonight. Here's the thing. Some of us and most of us have been to school, but there's nothing wrong with a refresher course from another perspective that we're not familiar with. And so I want to thank this brother, the lawyer here. I want to thank him and that young lady who came before us and put us to school tonight. Because I think the only thing that can really bring all of this and wash this stuff away is we have to come to a complete and unified mindset. We have to stop all the finger pointing. We have to stop all the divisiveness and the things that divide us from doing our day-to-day good. It's about being the best that you can be on a daily basis. Okay, let me get down to what I came here for.
Not much time.
Dr. Mims, great thing with the cheerleaders, because you know, as this council knows, I'm all about children. I'm an executive director and founder of what is now and what has been called by the Trentonian the most decorated art and social awareness initiative in the state of New Jersey, and we're from Paterson. So, with that said, to see what you did with these children tonight, it warms my heart, and I think when we go through all of these situations that we're going through socially, we tend to forget our babies. We tend to forget our youth, where all this stuff rolls downhill. And at the end of the day, they're left stepping in mud and stepping in the trash that we leave behind. So we have to, when we put these things together and when we're conducting business in a public forum like this, we need to always keep in mind that what we're doing here also, and it must trickle down to them. Because guess who's going to be sitting in their seats, in your seats at some point in time? I used to bring my kids here to let them see how the process of change is done. I withdrew from that during the COVID period. We all know, there were situations there. But I'd like to begin bringing them back to this council, before the council, and let them see how true change can be made. But it has to be a unified and an accord between us all that's going to benefit them. I don't need to come here and have them awarded, and then 15 minutes later, things are bickering amongst ourselves. And I say ourselves, I mean all of us, not just our council. So with that said, I just wanted to bring up some numbers. I also want to bring in mind that tomorrow we're meeting with a representative from the NFL and a representative from the city of Paterson. We're going to Hinchcliffe Stadium, and we're going to look to incorporate some logos with them. I'm sure the Major League Baseball will be in. And who's going to put these murals up? It will be our Paterson Public School students in the leadership of Halls. So these things like this, it is so important that we continue to press the envelope. People don't expect the NFL to come to Paterson. People don't expect Major League Baseball to come to Paterson. Sure, we got some superstars that have been there and done that, but we need to be public with our own push in terms of showing our children just how much they mean to us. Of course, you mean a lot to them. Before I go, I'm a constituent of the 1st Ward. Brother Jackson, I'm so proud of you tonight, man. I'm really, really proud of you. You stepped up like a man. Like I said, there are boys that never become men. So we got 60-year-old boys running around here that can't take, they can't take responsibility and they don't own up. For you to own up on a public stage like this in front of your people, in front of us, it means a lot to me because you're representing me as well and the things that I do in your ward and in the city. So, man, I'm proud of you tonight. So with that said, you guys be pleased. At peace, stay at peace. Stay at peace, and have a great one.
Thank you. Thank you. Before next speaker, one of the member of the public lost their keys in here. Can you just look around and see if you could, anyone? You got it? See, if you find it, just give it to security or somebody. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, our next speaker is Hatiza Freeman. Would you kindly state your name? Thank you.
Hafiza Freeman, I'm part of 1st Ward. Y'all know Mike Jackson. First and foremost, I want to start off by saying justice for Najee Seabrooks. Like my man said, it's been 63 days since my friend's murder and what has been done. I want to start off with saying about revisiting last week. Last week we talked about respect. So today I wanted to revisit that conversation. The definition of respect is due regard for feelings, wishes, rights, or traditions of others. And last week, several members of the council actions were extremely disrespectful to us, the people. Many of you feel as though you guys are disrespected by us, displaying our grievances, or talking out of turn when we hear you guys speak on things that we don't agree with. So I want to tackle that first. This job that you decided to take on isn't one for the weak. You guys are going to be yelled at, trumped, and even in some cases cursed out. But hey, that's politics, right? This is the role that you accepted to take on, and it comes with that territory. But let's address the disrespect that is shown on your part. Several of you walked out when important issues were being addressed, also when the public portion was open. At times, many of you did not even return. Y'all know who y'all are, which is the ultimate disrespect. If you guys haven't noticed, we pay attention to everything that you guys do. For example, the whispering. It's like you guys are putting on display that you are forming alliances against your peers right in our faces. We notice the body language and the faces you guys make when your peers are speaking. We notice when you guys constantly vote against certain agendas of certain individuals. On our receiving end, it's as if the council members are in high school and y'all are forming cliques. It's embarrassing, and it's a shame that you guys even have a seat to sit in. Clearly, you guys do not work in tandem, and it shows. How can you demand respect when you guys don't even respect one another, but want respect from us? The notion of that is completely absurd. Make it make sense. And going forward, I feel like a rule should be put in place to dock the pay of members who leave out, because why should you be compensated while on the people's dime when you leave and don't return? It's not fair to us and to your colleagues who stay and do their jobs. If I were y'all, I would be upset that my coworkers getting paid to not be present. I'm not here to attack any of you, but I will bring to the forefront concerns that not only myself, but many of us share. Mr. Villa, it is apparent that you simply act as a placeholder or just an additional vote, because I can't comprehend what it is that you do that makes you of value to the board. If turning red and only speaking up when it's to disagree, then I can't understand why you would want to maintain a seat on this board. Clearly you don't take criticism well, and you come off very biased, literally at every meeting. And it's evident that even your peers merely use you as a vote, and each time you let them. Like, where is your backbone, lady? Is being liked by your peers that much more important than you being respected by the citizens of Paterson? Come on, ask yourself that question. And Mr. Abelades, It's obvious that when things are simply given to you so easily, it's hard to appreciate it as much as it would be if you actually earned it. I'm not going to put your business on blast, but you know what I'm referring to. Each week your demeanor demonstrates that you are here for the wrong reasons, or reasons that only benefit you. Excuse me. I'm not going to put your business... Each week, you know what you do. It's clear that you only care about the perks and the title of the position you have as opposed to giving a damn about your job. Mr. Mendez, let's address that corny stunt you pulled last week parading around the front of the council while your peers were speaking. I'm sorry, Mr. Velez.
That was me.
I apologize, Mr. Mendez. You paraded around the front of the council while your peers were speaking. It honestly spoke volumes to your character, which is a joke. You would think your mother would have raised you better than that. I wanted to believe that you knew how to be civil, but clearly that's not the case. And last but not least, Mr. President, I honestly want to commend you, though, for not stomping out of the room when receiving such harsh criticism like the rest of your colleagues. I give credit when credit is due. But going forward, we need to work on body mechanics because your body language speaks for you, and I don't mean it in a good way. If it wasn't made obvious already, let me speak in layman's terms to inform you that your time is up. The vast majority of you are a disgrace to Paterson, and we no longer will be needing your services. If y'all think this is a game, then y'all are clearly mistaken. We the people are coming for those chairs. The lot of you are about to be relinquished as those titles, and y'all have been too comfortable for too damn long, and we are tired of y'all shit. Ain't no hope for y'all because clearly y'all don't care about us, and we don't care about y'all neither. Good riddance. We taking this fight to the polls, so enjoy y'all little cushy seats for now, cause soon y'all will be out on your asses. The troops are rallying. We don't need pitchforks and fires, cause the rabbit got the gun. The more you fuck around, the more you find out. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Coach J.B.
Coach JB.
State your name, please. Yeah, hers just went out.
How y'all doing?
Good evening.
It's crazy because what I wrote for today, I wasn't even expecting Mom to be here, but she's here, and that's one of the alignments that I'm gonna talk about right now. In my right today, I am simply proposing, if it's possible, that when the new youth football field goes up in the city of Paterson, we dedicate it and name it after Dwayne Coach Spree McCormick. Coach Spree is a graduate of Eastside High School and was a dedicated youth football coach here in the city of Paterson, who tragically lost his life on November 28, 2022. One of his quotes that he left with us was alignment, assignment, execution. Alignment equals a position of agreement or alliance. Assignment, a piece of work assigned to someone as a part of a job or a course of study. Execution equals the carrying out or putting into effect of a plan or a course of action. Now I'm asking the City Council to align with me on this proposal and take it in as an assignment and then execute it. The city lost a son, husband, father, and a coach. And when Coach Spree passed away, he was for the city. And the most important thing, he was for the children. So once again, I'm just asking that we name and dedicate the new youth football field to Dwayne Coach Spree McCormick. That's it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Council President. The next speaker is Rosalind Dawson.
Dawson.
Hold on.
Good evening. My name is Rosalind Dawson. I came to be in support of Coach JB and to support him in his fight for this field for the children. Of course, as you just heard him say, my son passed away on November 28th suddenly. and he was a coach. He actually played with Ruby Cotton's son at Eastside High School. And he was a football coach who was loved by many. And I have been struggling with the loss of my son, which was 6 months ago. And it's also been hurtful, in addition to the loss of him, the day he died, how the Paterson police did him. He was treated as if he was nobody, which I think may have even contributed to me losing him. We ended up paying $600 towing fee for his truck because the city of Paterson police decided that they thought he was a drug user. They towed his truck to the police impound to search it, ransacked his truck. Then rather than releasing it to his fiance, they had Citywide pick it up from there and towed it. So from November 28th to the 29th, we paid $600 to get his truck back. Yes, sir, $600. And I can show you the receipt. We came here and tried to get that back and were told that we need to go to Superior Court to file a lawsuit. Because what they should have done is once they searched his truck and found nothing, they should have released it, yes, sir, back to us and let us tow it to my house where I have a driveway, where I own a home and I pay taxes to the city of Paterson. My son worked since he was 19 years old. Never been in trouble. He graduated high school, Eastside, he went to PCC, he didn't like it, had a 3.8 GPA. He wanted to work, so I allowed him to work because he didn't like school. Football's been his life. He was excellent in all sports. But I would love if you guys could do what he's asking for, because it means the world to me, for my son, my grandson who just turned 13 on Sunday, and he has a son that'll be 2 years old in June, and a daughter turned 8 that was in the truck with him the day he died. So my family has been going through a lot with the loss of my son. And I thank him. He is an intricate part of my family's life and everything he's been doing. So I thank you for your time, and please consider it. Please consider it, because it ain't just for my son, it's for the kids, because the kids meant everything to him. He was a big part of their lives. And like with the cheerleaders that were here, it's everything. Seeing those little girls here, and that's something to keep them off the street. Them little boys playing football is everything, and they have cheerleaders, and they have girls playing football. They have a whole unit of kids being involved, so it's a lot. It's very important for these children. This is very important for these children, because it's the sad thing is these fields that have been taken aren't even being used by children, they're being used by grown men. That's the worst thing that I see. Give it back to the children. They're the ones that need it. Grown men, grown women, for the most part, should have jobs, and if you don't, then you could book with somebody else in another vehicle and drive to another town and play sports somewhere else. But you don't need a resurfaced field. You can play in some dirt, in some grass. That's what I would do. But thank you for your time, and have a blessed night, everybody.
Thank you.
Is this Matt Neal?
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Patricia, I believe it's McNeil, I'm not sure. McNeil? Okay.
Patricia at the McNeil. Yeah.
Please state your name and address, please. Thank you.
Patricia McNeil, North 3rd Street, Paterson, New Jersey. Good evening.
Good evening.
When children and families are denied services without answers, I have a problem with that. I'm going to thank Councilman Assemblyman Benji Wembley for all he do, for all the years that I've been knowing him for recreation for the children in the city of Paterson. Now, I have a problem. Lack of recreation in the first ward. We have an abandoned, torn down house, 27 North 3rd Street. And I want to thank the community improvement. This was a house that was being worked on, and they did a stop order on it. And it's been vacated now by the owner. We would like to see a fence put up because the children are playing in this house. They're playing in the lot where it's a lot of construction material that was left around. This is going on for 3 weeks. We don't want to see it going on for 4 weeks. It can happen. A fence should be put up. 27 North 3rd Street. Lack of recreation, that's why the children are playing there. First Ward. Temple Street and North 3rd. We need a one-way stop sign coming into North 3rd from Temple and North 3rd to Cliff Street. Letters have been written, 3 years, 4 years. It doesn't need to go on for a 5th year. It's time the city do what we as taxpayers pay them to do. And they can't say they don't have this letter, because every time, let's see, April 7, 2021, January 22, and January of 23. The same letter goes out duplicate. I gotta go fast because I don't want to get everything in. Is that the bleeper? Oh, okay. And my last item, lack of recreation in the 3rd Ward. We're going through the 3rd Ward now. Why are children being locked out, chained out of playgrounds, chained out of basketball courts? Why? Look, they're not going to do it now. They're not going to do it now, but I know about it. This is not right. Give these people an answer as to why these playgrounds are locked up for 4 weeks, chained up. The little children, the reason why I'm here, because I was in the area dropping my grandson off and almost hit a child running after a basketball into the roadway. Why? If this is, let me see, who is it? Riverside Village, that's the name. The rent is being paid to Harris Town Home by the residents. And it's on East 27 and Raymond Street. It's where the chains are on the basketball court and in the park, and the residents are getting asking why, and they're being harassed by Harris Town Home, who they pay their rent, and they will not give them an answer. And the last thing, lack of recreation. Okay, they do have a backyard attached to these apartments, but how can the children play, I'm finished, when it's flooded back there? They have sprinklers that comes on for an hour every day in the afternoon, and it's been raining. So that leaves no place for the children to play. Thank you, Mr. Benji Wimley, for all you do for recreation. And I hope the city never cuts the recreation budget, because he is, and there's so many others, but whenever I reach out to him for any type of recreation in this city, he makes it happen.
Thank you, Ms. McNeil. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is David Sue.
Mrs. Sue.
What? Okay. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
David Sue, 34 Van Houten Street. All right, I'm going to continue to circle back to the issue of removing items from the agenda by the council president and the use of terminology that we've discussed. As a short recap, your members were focusing on, or Corporation Council was focusing on, the use of the word shall, which can have different meanings depending on the context in which it's stated. Shall we have another piece of cake? Or in this case, shall include, which is an imperative. Then it seems they're focusing on the word that the line where it says the council president shall approve. And if you look in the Merriam-Webster dictionary, it just says to give formal or official sanction. It does not mean control or modify or change. It's really just an opportunity for someone to say, yes, this is acceptable, but it doesn't mean they change it. Because the agenda is created by the clerk through working with the colleagues, and your code, which says shall include any item. Now, I had the opportunity in the last week to do some classroom teaching for 8-year-olds. And I asked them if they understood words like shall and approve or approval and what those words meant. And they actually did. They understood that shall can be a question, or you shall clean your room. They understood that. They understood that approval means you just approve something. So we have to really ask ourselves a very serious question here. Why is this becoming a tangle? Why? The public really deserves a proper answer, because you're twisting the city into a pretzel with this. That's what's happening. Common sense English language, easy dictionary definitions. Corporation Council is pointing out another Corporation Council, which is pointing out a federal code that is not applicable, only applicable to employees working directly under the President of the United States. We have council members say, oh, the rules, I look at the rules, but they're not. They're not. So, sometimes people come here and they feel they're not being listened to, or they're not getting the response. But what they are doing, and what we are doing, and what I am doing, is building a record. Because there's going to have to be accountability in this community, and accountability from the people who present themselves as leaders and people who are supposed to be responsible and doing a faithful and honest job for this community. And it's not happening. If you can twist up words like shall and approve, it's looking very, very poor. And I hope we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councilman Mendes, can you take up? I have to use the restroom. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
What is her name? Norma Feliciano? The next speaker is Norma Feliciano. Please state your name. Thank you.
My name is Norma Feliciano. I reside in the First Ward for over 60 years. And I'm back tonight, and I plan on returning every night until I get these things resolved. The first thing that I would like to do tonight is to apologize to my community for my behavior last week before last. Because I came in here very angry. I was so angry that I could have bitten on nails and spit them out and hit somebody with them. Okay, that's how angry I was. But it didn't just start out 2 weeks ago. This has been an ongoing thing here in this council. So I come tonight as a professional. I've been a professional here in this city for over 45 years. I've served my community, and I continue to serve my community. Soon to be 70 years old. And I, just like a lot of people here in this city, we are tired of the stuff that goes on in this council room and the way that the community members are being treated. So I'm here to do what I do best. I'm going to educate you. Okay? I'm going to take you way back. I was raised here in the city by a migrant, young Puerto Rican woman who came to this city, and she, without being able to speak good English with an accent, joined the Black Panther movement. She became a Black Panther because of the injustice and the discrimination that she and many of our people felt. When I come here to this council and I see the diversity here, I remember my mother and what she fought for. And so me, along with many of the other community members, are appalled at the way that we are being treated here in the city right now. Because it feels like we have never taken a step forward, that we have continued to go backwards. And I am just tired of it now. I came here a few weeks ago because there was an individual here who claimed that my son was prejudiced against Puerto Rican people. Well, how can that be? How can that be? But they continue to make offensive statements here. What case in point? Calling Pedro Albizu Campo a communist. Know your history before you speak, because he gave his life so that all of you can sit on this council. He gave his life for that. And when I see the diversity here, all of you, okay, we need to take a look back at the people who gave their lives and they gave their time so that you can sit here and then disregard us. I've watched this council where people have come here and asked for things and they have never been answered. So I'm going to take my seat because I don't want to offend the system here. But I will be back next week to offer some more education.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Where's my sheet? 1 second, please. Where is it? The next speaker is Jay Wen. Jay Wen. Or Jay Len, I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Looks like Jay Len. Please state your name. Thank you.
My name's Jay Lynn.
I'm looking at the wrong page. Oh, I'm sorry. I got confused because I forgot the shoe was on.
So I'm here with the permit parking, the decal parking. I ask that you guys at least take care of the 2 tenants that has been showing up to the meetings. Mr. Leroy, Miss Liz. Give them a decal as well. Think about them as well. I also wanted to ask if you could make it legitimate, legally by, 1 minute, I'm sorry. I also wanted to ask if you guys can make it legitimate, legally binding you to your promises. I'm young, but I lived long enough to know if there's no ink to paper, then what deal? Now, last week I spoke on April 25th meeting on how smooth and peaceful the vote went for the amendment. I wanted to commend the council for actually listening and reiterating my proposal for property management to pay the price of parking for their tenants. where'd Velez go? Okay. Yeah. So I'm glad you guys reiterated my proposal about property management, paying for the tenants' parking. Councilman Velez was the one that put it on the floor, and I was happy to see that, and to see other council members besides the usual ones, Councilman Jackson, Dr. Mims, Ruby Cotton, and Memdes, the usual ones that's always fighting for the people by charging the businesses. They are making all the money and neglecting their tenants. They are vigilant in collecting and going up on the rent, but sluggish when it's time to take care of the apartments. But I couldn't even give the proper attention needed because Velez insists on performing. You prance around the chambers displaying clownery, being disrespectful and walking in front of the council panel as your constituents was talking. You blatantly picked on me, a woman, twice, reprimanded me about asking about my ordinance. If anyone know about selflessness, it's me. So you could have saved your lecture about how the ordinance isn't just for me. Your constant yearn for attention and validation is what makes your aura reek of funk. You can probably be a great politician, but you are deciding to be a funky man. You provoke countless arguments in the chambers, and it's sad. When I first met you, despite what people was yelling from this podium, I heard you out when you came to me to help me. But you quickly proved them right. And like Dr. Mims said, believe people when they show you who you are, when they show you who they are. And I believed you. But I also want you to believe who I showed you who I am. I showed you my heart first. And then when you attacked it twice, I had to show you I don't hesitate to defend it. But I'll never give that satisfaction again. I'm much bigger than that. That's not who I am naturally, and I have to be provoked to display that. But I apologize to the public and my elders, especially for cursing and displaying such passion in the heat of the moment. But the side of myself that Velez provoked is one I know everyone has burning inside them. It's sadness turned into rage. The constant observation of people in charge neglecting the needs of people and not living up to the expectations that they are upholding. Yeah. The lack of accountability, responsibility, and humanity this country is displaying by oppressing the very same people that they are supposed to be working for is sick. The mishandling of the finances in this country is what's killing the citizens. It's time for a change. I mentioned last week about the unlearning of what we were taught as kids in order to grow and mature. For America to have been grown and independent since July 4th, 1767, it has yet to show any maturity. Make America great again? How about we make America grow up? It's time for a change. But the change has to start with the citizens. Numbers are powerful. We need to start working together and show this government who runs things. Remember that we are all suffering under the same laws and oppression. If you aren't white and rich. No matter the skin color, we are all suffering from being overstimulated, overworked, and underpaid. The grocery costs are affecting all our pockets, not just black people's. I'm sorry. Remember that the different political parties are just two services on the same coin. They have the same objective. And both sides have value as long as the people give it value. We need to come together and educate ourselves on what's taking place in the city, because we the citizens are the ones that's running for these city positions. And if we stay ignorant and blind to the city needs as citizens, we just carry over that mentality when we get into our leadership roles. We see it every day. Yes, we see it every day. Between the people that ticket people, like the street cleaning people, the parking meter people, and between them and the residents, both groups have people that are ignorant, inconsiderate, and difficult people to represent on both sides. So we need to be more self-aware of how we're treating others. As humans, we deserve that. It'll be more peace. We need to stick together and hit these people in the pockets where it matters the most. If teachers stay home, forcing parents to call out of work, thus leading the employees that's there to call out and dodge the excessive influx of work, the dip in the market, the market would take would be enough to show the people in power who really has the power. If the children are the future, like Whitney Houston said, then this would be the way to save their future. These CEOs and government officials can't do the work that our job title entails. No matter how small the job is, it's about time we stand up and flip the monopoly game right in their laps. It's time to stop being obsessed with having more and start being obsessed with being more and living more. Because ask yourself, are you living or are you just working, paying bills, and barely existing?
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Corey Teague. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Okay. Corey Teague, 65 Prince Street. Realize I haven't been here in a couple of weeks. I've been taking some time just to try to rest. Sometimes you have to do that. The media reached out to me today and they wanted to know what my thoughts were on the new officer in charge. And I told them just what I'm going to say here tonight. One of the first priorities must be the CRV with subpoena power. That must be the first thing. Now I know we're saying we have to go to the legislator, the governor has to sign it. Well, you know what? When you guys ran for office, there's not one campaign sign in this city that says I can't take care of that, call someone else. Okay? You don't campaign on not being able to do things. Your thing is whatever needs to be done, let me know and I'll look into it. When we ask for a citizen review board, now mum's the word. And there's all types of legalities and red tape that we have to jump through until that Tuesday when it's election time. Now there's no more hoops to jump through. We have to get sick and tired of being sick and tired to the public. I don't really want to talk to the people that are already set in their ways about who they're going to vote to. But I want to talk to the tens of thousands of you that didn't even bother to come out. And I want to encourage you to start becoming a part of the process. Because when the taxes goes up, it affects you too, even though you didn't vote. When crime goes up, it impacts you too, even if you didn't vote. If your neighborhood is unsafe, the property value goes down. Even if you didn't vote, it still impacts you. You are an investor in the city, contrary to what the typical definition is. You pay taxes in this city, you're an investor in this community. Many of you have approached me and said, you know, it's been way over a year. Y'all still haven't found that young man? No, we haven't. My question to you is, are you satisfied with that? If you're happy with that kind of leadership, there isn't much I can do. But if you are not satisfied with the way you've been treated, and you have watched the leadership in this city drop the ball, you do have an obligation and a responsibility to throw off that government and to elect people that can actually secure your future and to make sure that you feel secure in what you're going to do in this city. We got to think about our young people. When I come up here and I wasn't ranting against the police, but what I was doing was holding them accountable because I have a son that's also disabled. And if he happens to break out of the house one day and run down the street, I don't want him to get gunned down. I want them to come look for me or his sister or the family to try to come get him. I don't want to say, oh, he picked up a stick, we thought we were in trouble, and they just opened fire on him. I'm giving y'all the truth. This is how things go down. So there has to be some discussion about it. I got so emotional and upset with all that happened, I had to kind of subtract myself for a while. Because it started to affect me. And if it affects me, if you're in office and this doesn't affect you, then you need to get your pulse checked to make sure you're still alive. If what's going on in this community doesn't bother you and doesn't shake you to your core, something's wrong with you. You guys have seen us come up here week after week for over a year. Think about that. One person. All of this commotion over trying to get answers about what happened to one person. Think about that for a minute. One person. That's all. One person. They have better answers for things that happen to people in other countries that we don't even get to see, and they already know what happened down there. And right here in Paterson, they don't have any answers at all? Come on, y'all. When are we going to reach the point and say, okay, we're tired. Yeah, we're friends. We went to school together. We're part of the same sorority, fraternity, club, Greek organization, church. But your policies are not helping our people, so we have to part ways politically. We could still be friends. We could still be family. But we can't support you anymore for that office because your policies are just not working for us. We have to have that conversation as a people. I mean, all people. We got to sit down and we got to say that. We respect them, we love them, but it's not working for us anymore. That's it.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Crystal Garcia. Please state your name and address, please.
Crystal Garcia. Good evening to all in attendance. 462 days and counting. On May 4th, 2023, A.G. Plankin held his first meeting with the Paterson community since taking over city's police department. For almost 4 hours, he listens to residents vent their frustrations about the Paterson Police Department's civil rights violations upon the community, the lack of trust when it comes to the chosen few who believe they are above the law. They swore to protect and serve. Instead, they endangered the community by performing acts of grave bodily harm and only protected themselves. There's no honor among Steve. Approximately 50 people from the audience spoke during the session and told the AG exactly how they felt about the situation Paterson finds itself in when it comes to violence and the police. The issues surrounding mental health, police interactions, lack of empathy, and basic human decency on part of the Paterson Police Department when dealing with the public. Key takeaways were the continuing violence that the community was being subjected to on behalf of the police department, the lawlessness that has taken the community to the point of not trusting the police department or feeling uncomfortable calling 911 for fear that instead of receiving police assistance, one could be calling the actual aggressor to the scene. The audience also revealed that they were fed up with the bad decision-making and misguided leadership from the mayor's office and his administration, and that includes the dysfunctional Paterson City Council. The infighting is unprofessional, disrespectful, unnecessary, and lastly, unwanted. Speaking of Mayor Saya, most Pattersonians that attend the meeting wonder why he wasn't in attendance. Apparently, he offered the good old excuse to the Paterson press that he wasn't invited. Really? Was an invitation required to attend this listening session, Mr. Mayor? I think not. You specifically issued a statement indicating that you were looking forward to working with the AG's office after their takeover of the police department. That was after you have stated that there was no need for the AG or the feds to intervene with the police department. Mayor Sayed was a no-show, just like he is always a no-show at the city council meetings because he is totally disconnected from the reality of the violence going on in this city. He doesn't enjoy being challenged by his constituents on his poor mayor performance. He is unwilling to answer the hard questions and deflects when pressed on his inability to control and lead his police department and their leadership to keep the city safe. In his mind, there are no problems with this police department, or they have already been dealt with. That's where we disagree with his assessment. It's a shame that you opted out of showing face and showed your true colors to the AG Plankin. Had you attended this meeting, it would have given the AG and the community a clear vision that you meant business when you stated that you looked forward to working with him and his staff. Yet another bad decision as you squandered a missed opportunity to bring the community together. I'm sure you were polishing up your podium for the Cinco de Mayo celebration and street renaming that you did in fact attend the next day. Mr. Mayor, your priorities are all screwed up. Instead of spearheading and the renaming of our streets and ribbon cutting for new businesses, you should be concentrating on Paterson's public safety. Paterson has no choice but to place their faith into the words of the promise from A.G. Plankin and the leadership of proven outside leader Isa M. Abbasi, 25-year veteran from the former New York Police Department. Lastly, you have your own town hall meeting scheduled for this Thursday, May 11, 2023 at 6 p.m. at Great Falls Youth Health Center located at 52 Front Street, Paterson, New Jersey. Top of discussion, the reopening of Hinch Life Stadium and how it affects the community. Guest speakers is Mayor Andre Saya and representatives from Hinch Life Stadium. Nobody wants to talk about your $100 million over budget protection. The only people interested in this meeting are the contractors whose pockets you jammed the millions into. The only thing the community wants to talk about is public safety and restructuring of the Paterson Police Department. In closing, we want to remind the public of the $50,000 reward for the safe return of Felix de Jesus to the family or any information leading to the arrest and conviction of any and all persons involved in Felix's mysterious disappearance or possible demise. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Sebastian Mejia.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Sebastian Mejia, 5th Ward. Once again, I remind you all that 80% of communication is nonverbal. It's body language. Recently, I attended, and I want to thank several of you who attended the Attorney General's listening session with the community. Many of our constituents came out to express themselves. Members of the De Jesus family, some of them were not able to attend, so I had the opportunity to go and speak on their behalf and bring to the Attorney General Plankin's attention the situation that occurred with Felix de Jesus. Now, I recall that you as a council, as a governing body, sent a letter to the Attorney General. Now I'm thinking maybe they got that letter and they decided to pack their things and come to Paterson, okay? Thankfully, I made it clear to the Attorney General that this is an ongoing situation and it should be looked into. I had the opportunity to then speak with members of his office and members of our state police in order to further schedule a meeting alongside the family in order to give information and open dialogue. Okay, that being said, I want to once again reiterate my stance and my position on the importance and the significance of the televising of all city council meetings. All right, so recently I was teaching some of my students about North Korea. You know, in North Korea, there's only 3 authorized television channels. Why? Because they understand the dictatorship, the regime understands that if you can control information, you can control a people. I'm not saying that we do the Pledge of Allegiance every single day and every single city council meeting. We pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States, to the flag. Are we pledge allegiance to the fabric? No, we're pledging allegiance to what it stands for, to the Constitution, to what it represents. And it's completely contradictory to what that flag represents to not give information to the public. I want to correct something I said a few weeks ago, that we don't have a stenographer. We do have a stenographer. Okay, so I did want to correct that, and that I think that they're doing a good job. I haven't Oprah, but I think they're doing a good job. But sticking to the point, every single council meeting should be televised. Think about the parents that have disabled children. Think about the hardworking families, heads of family. Think about the single mothers who can't afford a babysitter, but they want to be informed about what's going on in this city. It's a slap in the face to all those members of our community. Hopefully, as your future 5th Ward councilman, I'll be able to voice a sense of transparency and accountability in this city, and a sense of diplomacy. Okay? It's important. I'll wrap up in a few. Thank you for the time. It's important that we can see how our representatives are behaving and acting, the good, the bad, and the ugly, because we want to be held accountable for our actions. But that can't happen if we're not televising all the meetings. Thank you, Paterson, for your time.
Thank you. Sebastian. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Elvis Durham. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Mr. Elvis Dorn, 4th Ward, 283 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey. Before I get started into what I need to talk about, I want to explain to the people out there on TV land and explain to the people in here, because I was sitting here for a couple of weeks and this young woman was coming here, and y'all need to explain to her correct. Don't just try to make yourself look good, but just make it plain what it is. And I'm about to make it plain to y'all too. And don't shoot me, don't beat me up. The downtown area, right? Downtown Paterson, the city of Paterson, is not a town. You could Google it. It's the 3rd largest city in New Jersey. And every city in New Jersey, in the downtown area, when it comes down to parking, the owner of that property supposed to pay the tenant parking. Because the downtown area, it's no free parking. It don't make, that's not in the agenda, it's not on record. It never been free parking in no downtown area in the state of New Jersey. And every political person up here should be explaining this to you, having like a meeting to let you understand, and to call the landlords in here, because they supposed to be paying for parking in the downtown area. So I'm just want y'all to know the council, y'all city council should been telling y'all this, because they went to classes for this. Each council went to classes before they became official as a city council. I'm not, and if you didn't went to you didn't went to council, I don't know what to say, but you supposed to know about the downtown area, because Paterson, New Jersey is not a town. It's a city. Wayne, New Jersey, it's a town. That's a town. Clifton, New Jersey, it's a town. Paterson is the 3rd largest city in New Jersey. I see a lot of faces getting made, but you think I really care? But I still respect y'all though. I still respect y'all. Okay? But this is protocol. Protocol. The people need to know the truth. I also want to thank Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and Councilwoman at Large Lisa Mims for supporting the community of the gospel community in Passaic County, coming out to the biggest gospel concert in the state of New Jersey. And I just want to say this to the administration: Paterson, New Jersey is the 3rd largest city in New Jersey. We need a performing arts center. We got a lot of talented people. We need a performing arts center. Okay. Y'all give me some time, y'all. Give me some time. A lot of other people was up here. Need some time. Smoking Crabs, good restaurant. My family. I want everybody, all around New Jersey, New York, support Smoking Crabs inside Center City Mall, 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. Before I get into my birthday celebration, don't y'all know the Queen of Paterson is having a birthday celebration, right? Y'all don't know who the Queen of Paterson is? I'm about to tell y'all. Shame on y'all. Miss Vera Ames. Miss Vera Ames' birthday, 76th birthday celebration. Wow, 76 years old. So we're gonna party, y'all. We're gonna party until we can't, party no more. Saturday, June 10th, at Vera Ames Park, formerly known as Montgomery Park, 130 Rosa Parks Boulevard. 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. Vera Ames Community Park, 76th birthday celebration, Saturday, June 10th. It's going to be music, lots of entertainment. I'm talking about some of the best in the music industry and independent recording artists. I want y'all to come out and support this event. And that's Saturday, June 10th. Okay? I heard somebody say thank you, but I'm not finished yet. Because when you come up here, you're going to be speaking. Hallelujah. My birthday celebration. Mother Reese presents Elvis Dorr Appreciation Day and birthday celebration Sunday, May 21st, 2023, this year, at 4:00 p.m. at Paterson Evangelistic Center, Church of God in Christ, 98 Straight Street, Paterson, New Jersey. Pastor Jen Edens is the pastor of that church. It's going to be featuring one of the best gospel singers, gospel female singers in the world. Ashley Motley will be live in concert, along with the living legend White Wolf, Elder John Reese, and the MC is the best godmother in the world, my godmother, Reverend Linda McNair. For more information, you can contact me at 862-823-3895. I'm talking to the TV out here. It's 25,000 people watching us on cable. 18,000 people is watching us on Verizon. And God knows how many people are watching us on YouTube. And the reason why I'm saying that, be careful how y'all act, counsel. Be careful, because if y'all continue to act like 7th and 6th graders, the government gonna take over and it won't be no counsel.
Understood.
And wait, hey, Council President, let me finish. You cut nobody else off.
Wrap it up.
I want to say this.
Wrap it.
Hey, Council President, start with you. You like your job?
I love to serve the people.
Okay, we have to work together, and we have to act. Wait. We have to act like adults, or the government gonna come and take over. We have to put God first and act like adults. So before y'all come here, y'all pray. Ask God to guide y'all and to calm y'all tempo down and get along. Get along, because if you want this city to grow, we got to get along. Because look, third largest city in New Jersey, right? And I love every one of y'all. I respect y'all. None of us don't have nothing to show for. Third largest city in New Jersey. No major hotel, no performing arts center, no community center building. Paterson, New Jersey is way behind. We got work to do. And guess what? I'm ready to work. Let's come together. God bless you and peace.
Thank you. The church boy. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next speaker is Wahida Muhammad.
That's Ms. Wahida.
Okay. Okay. The next speaker is Ms. Liz Johnson.
Hi, I'm Liz Johnson.
Good evening.
On Church Street, Paterson. And I'm here about the parking, permit parking for the tenants on Church Street. But what I heard, I don't know. I'm really kind of confused now. But I just wanted to tell you some of the things that we go through because of the parking. Like if I'm in my car and I have to go to the bathroom, I can't get any parking, so I have to go to one of my friend's house who lives on Wall Avenue, that's by East Side Park. And if she's not there, you can imagine what's the next thing happens. You know, but this is what happens. You never can find a parking space. The street is very congested and very stressful. And when they're making a movie, we have to move our car. If we don't move our car, we have to pay $240 when the car gets towed, yes. And then we get a ticket for $55. And why is the money from making movies not used for the parking? And there's the bank is on Market Street and Market and Church. The realty is getting ready in the process of setting up a pharmacy. So I don't know where we're gonna go because I'm a crossing guard for a church in Van Houten, and I have a sticker, a handicap sticker. So is Mr. Leroy, but we get tickets because we have to like have money in there to up to 10 o'clock. So I just want to know where, the money that I'm making being a crossing guard, I have to pay all that money back to the city. And you can just imagine what a crossing guard makes. So I just want to let you know that some of the things that maybe someone may take it for granted, or it may be nothing to them, but we are going through a lot of stress over there on Church Street, and it's getting worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Wahida Muhammad. Please state your name and address, Ms. Muhammad.
What's God's name? Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Wahid.
Wahida Muhammad. Councilman Jackson, let me just say this. You're a man among men. That's right. Never, nobody take that from you, brother. Thank you. And I see that you're still not willing to put the public first as far as televising the workshops. What is it that you're afraid of? The next thing I want to know is, what are you all getting ready to do now that Dave Gilmore has won his second knockout as far as the mayor's stupidity? You're just going to sit there and let us pile up more money on a city that's already $18 million deficit, and now we're spending money every day that Dave is not back at that job, and the administrative law says put him back? Still no answer. I can't believe it. The next thing is still no justice and no peace for the Jesus family, nor for IGC books. And we just still let it go on. I don't get it. The residency law permit for those people that are suffering in whatever ward, because one of the wards got some relief for their constituents. What is the problem? If it's already a design already made, why can't we adopt it in other areas? I don't get it. Why do we keep acting like we got to reinvent the wheel when the wheel is there? Don't get it. Councilwoman Mims and all of your posse that made the 1,000 women march so beautiful on Saturday. I can't thank God enough for you for being in charge and making it happen. And it was a beautiful affair and a beautiful time. So we just want to say thank you. Thank you. And if I can look in this camera to the parents, it's getting warm outside. And every time I hear a parent curse a baby because that child isn't walking fast enough, or you got somewhere to go, just turn around and look in their eyes. Let's stop cursing out our kids. Stop making them feel like they're not important, that their lives don't matter. Because if you looked at them, you would say to yourself, what did I just do? Because that eye tells you that you've hurt them to their core. And every time it happens in my presence, I want to slap somebody. Because that makes no sense to me. God has given you a gift of a child and has placed that responsibility on you. And now every time you destroy that innocent heart, and then that child grows up to be somebody that you don't recognize. Just think about what you did when you had an opportunity to make that child more human. So I just want to say to you parents, please stop insulting our children. Those are your babies. And God gave them to you for a reason. And sometimes we don't know why he gave them to you, because when I look at what you're doing, I wonder But I know that God has given them to you for a reason. So let's just look in them eyes and do something different. Whatever it is that you're trying to get to is not that important to make your child feel less than. So let's remember that. And again, to all of us, because we keep sitting here waiting for this town to go down in a basket. And if you don't see it going to hell in a basket, I don't know what you're looking at. Because every single day there's something new of something that didn't need to happen. And we just doing what? We have to do different. When you know better, we would hope you would do better. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Wahida. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Liz Johnson. I'm sorry. Kathy Morgan. Go ahead. State your name and address, please.
Kathy Morgan.
Good evening.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank the Dominican community, our brothers and sisters, for coming out, because that's the only reason why most of you stayed in your seats. Al, you always look like we're bothering you, like, you know, you're here and we're bothering you. I don't understand why you won't just resign and stay home. Maritza, I'm glad you stayed in your seat. Lewis, I'm glad you was in and out, but I'm glad you stayed in your seat. Y'all need to do something about your president, because, well, I can honestly say that he wasn't nasty and rude tonight, and that was only because there was a different community in the house. And it was televised, because generally he gets mad, he storms out, slams his seats. Maritza's gone, Al's gone. This one parades around like he in a circus. And I want to thank you, Alex, for always stepping up to the plate, taking that seat. Mike, I want to commend you, because you know what? They always say, tell God your plans and he'll laugh. What the devil set up tonight for your bad, God turned it into your good. That's why you have to always realize God sits high and he looks low. He ain't gonna, one thing you cannot do is mess with a child of God. He got too much prayer covering his life for any weapon that is formed against him to prosper. And all the stuff y'all doing with his restaurant, trust and believe, God's gonna have the last laugh. God is going to have the last laugh, because that man is touched by God. If you don't believe me, watch what I tell you. And I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say until the election day. Anybody that is not registered to vote, see me? See my sister right here? I got a few other people lined up. What we're doing is we're registering. We'll pick up your mail-in ballots. We're gonna take you to the polls. We're gonna do what's necessary for all these seats that are bothered by us to get vacant and get people in there that want to help people like us. And I'm gonna give you the lesson I gave last time, okay? Those of you that think your vote don't count, the reason why your vote does not count is because when you call any entity, city council, county commissioners, former freeholders, if you call your assembly, your Congress, call state senate, anybody, first thing they do is they call over to them. They have their clerk, secretary, legislative aide, whatever name they give them, they call over to the Board of Elections. They need to know, how often do you vote? If you're a 4-year voter, every 4-year voter, you're only voting for the presidential election, you do nothing to keep those lower houses in their seats. So what's gonna happen is this, they're not gonna care about you. Because if you can't keep me in my cushy little seat where I can come in and disrespect you on a daily or weekly basis, they don't care about you. No, your vote don't count. Because when you don't cast that vote, then that means when they call over there and find out, oh, Kathy Morgan, she doesn't vote. Guess what? Every time Kathy Morgan calls and has an issue, I don't care if it's somebody parking in my driveway, they're not going to address it because I don't do anything to keep them in their seats. Paterson, wake up. Your vote counts. And if you have been convicted of a crime and you have no parole, no probation, you need to re-register. Stop listening to the lies. Stop listening to the lies. They cannot take your right away. You need to go and re-register. You need to call me. Everybody knows my name. Everybody knows my number. And one of the reasons why I don't give my address, because I don't trust some of you folks. I truly don't. But I'm going to let you know, I got a whole lot of sister baby in me. Start with me if you want to. I'm not going to rest. Everybody going. Grandma, the dog, the bird, everybody. That's how I roll. I'm a nice person till you turn me the wrong way. But I'm telling you, on a realistic note, people know that your vote counts. Your vote counts. Only time it doesn't is when you do not cast it. If you, seniors, if you're listening, you got a cousin, granddaughter, niece, nephew, or great nephew, somebody great niece that knows me. If in fact you need somebody to bring you a mail-in ballot or pick up your mail-in ballot, I am your person. Trust me.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Chanel Fields.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome back, Councilman Velez. You know, you really showed your hand tonight, right? We all witnessed your usual poor conduct, and you only entered the chambers when you thought about instigating the Dominican community. And you thought that the community was going to be harsh to Councilman Jackson. As a Christian, I think you forgot about Proverbs 15:1. Where it says a soft answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. And I think that what the enemy meant for evil, God turned it around for Councilman Jackson's good. So I want to say thank you to the Dominican community for moving in love and not in hate. We really appreciate you tonight. My issue is Miss Liz. You guys already heard her come and petition the city council. And as I promised before with Jalen, Mr. Leroy, thank you so much. I love you for being here again tonight and sacrificing your time to be here with us. And you guys finally got to meet Miss Liz. And as I promised you, I will continue to bring residents down here until we find a resolution. What Miss Liz didn't really get to get into with you guys tonight is that she has a lot of difficulty walking, all right? And she also works at 4 o'clock in the morning. It's a big thing. It's a grave inconvenience for her to come down here, and it poses a really big physical hardship for her. Mr. Leroy still does not have a decal, neither does Miss Liz, and I'd like to know where we are in the process, council, with that. Although Jalen was provided with a parking space with her name on it, that park I had the opportunity to see is like almost 4 walking blocks distance away. And I'm asking the council to reach out to Tony Perez or whoever they have to reach out to have them do the right thing. The residents should not be in position in this manner. The parking spaces, especially for the senior, need to be directly outside. If we can overburden the city with excessive handicap spaces, certainly we can honor our elders and residents and give them closer parking spaces. And I couldn't help but to wonder, with the coming winter, what it would look like for an 80-year-old to be walking in inclement, brutal weather to his car 4 blocks away. We have to do better. I would like to know if we could come up with something more effective for our residents and our seniors. Lastly, on a happy note, I am here to talk about Blackout Weekend. The blackout will take place from June 16th until June 18th, and I'm so excited to tell all of you about it, because how many of you have heard all too often that we only get to celebrate for 28 days out of the year? We get the shortest month of the year, which is February, but how many of you know that we are every day strong all day long? So this year, we're going to celebrate Juneteenth, the African American Heritage Parade, and the African American Gala. This year's African American Gala is called Still We Rise. It will take place from 7 p.m. to midnight at the Brownstone, and we're asking you to meet us there. The tickets are $100, and they are going fast. The African American Heritage Parade is going to take place on Saturday, June 17th from 9 a.m. on, and we're asking all to register who wish to take part. There is still time to register. Slots are filling fast, so please move expeditiously. Thank you. Lastly, we'll cap off our weekend with a mega celebration of Juneteenth sponsored by Mr. Rodney Addison and the Onyx Repository Foundation. Vendor slots are still available, but there are only a few spaces left. Please get them while they last. Want to join us for the parade? Awesome. Meet us there at 7 a.m. Thank you for that. And also, we'll feature early morning yoga and other various activities on that day. We will also be honoring our oldest living Paterson legend. Her name is Miss Margaret Johnson. She is 104 years old. And that's a blessing to actually reach 104. She has all of her faculties. She is witty and she is funny. So we are going to enjoy celebrating her on that day. And last, we'll cap off the day with saluting and celebrating our fathers on Father's Day. Our men go through a lot. And although they may not say it, they want to be celebrated too. And we want nothing more for all of you to come out and share and partake in this wonderful experience with us. God bless you. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Shayland Mark,
Shayla.
or Mark Shayland.
Yes.
Okay, not here.
Good night, all.
All right.
Good night. So Shayla's not on the chamber, so let's call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Ernest Rucker. I don't think he's here.
Mr. Roque. I have not seen Mr. Roque
Okay.
today.
Next speaker is Joel Keys. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Where they?
Right here.
What's she saying?
Council President, Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the last name you said?
Joel Keys.
That's the next speaker.
Please state your name.
Ernest Roque.
Rucker.
Ernest Rucker.
He's not in the chamber. Good evening, brother.
Good evening, brother. I always got a prepared speech. I want to speak extemporaneously for a few minutes first. Not a few minutes, a few seconds. I want to thank Brother Mike Jackson and thank you. I teach sociology at PCC. So this is speech number 5. This is called Bring Democracy to Paterson. I'm trying to explain to the people what that is. And so I started saying speeches here. I did the first 4. This speech number 5. I stopped coming to do speeches because I got hired at PCC, sociology professor. So when I read the book, didn't have W.B. Du Bois in there. W.B. Du Bois, African American, is the founding father of sociology. So I made my lesson plan. I'm a Malcolm X disciple. So I dropped out of college 3 times. After the 3rd time, then this guy taught me through social justice activism, made me interested in education. So I said, okay, he taught me to be proud of being African. So I put in my lesson plan African, and because of W.B. Du Bois, African American Studies. I had my 3 classes. When I met them, like 95% Latino. The book had 0 about Latinos. So I said, oh, hold up. I'm not a hypocrite. I'm going to inject African and African American Studies into the lesson plan. And now I got 95% Latinos. I'm not going to inject Latino studies into the lesson plan. I did. So now I teach African American, Latino studies. Now, what's relevant to what happened tonight, the way I start, the first class, I find out the ethnicity of every student in the class. Because then I inject their history into the lesson plan. I had a lot of Dominican students. I taught them a lot of their history. I didn't know about Juan. I knew his name, Juan Pablo Duarte. I did not know his history. I learned it tonight. Thank goodness it's being recorded tonight, because I'm going to take tonight's recording and I'm going to inject it into my lesson plan, and they're going to learn about Juan Pablo Duarte, and they're going to learn about Councilman Jackson, and they're going to learn about Councilman Mendez, because I've heard me mention it here before about ego defense mechanisms. I said it in a speech here, and I teach the students, when you got a problem, when you conquer ego defense mechanisms, you will ask yourself, how did I contribute to this problem? That's accountability. That's what the brother demonstrated tonight. And like they were saying, maybe it was bad intentions to try to do you dirty or do you wrong, but it turned out golden as far as what they pointed out and the way I'm going to use it. So, said all that, now I'm gonna get to the speech, bring democracy to Paterson. Once again, the topic of my speech this evening is we want to bring democracy to Paterson, and tonight the emphasis is on the aspect of corporate imperialism known as the bureaucracy. So I explained before, democracy is the government is of the people, for the people, by the people, and serve the interests of the people. And if it's either that, or if it's not that, then it's corporate imperialism, where the government is of the corporations, for the corporations, by the corporations, and they serve the interests of the corporations. So I'm explaining the different aspects of corporate imperialism because that's what we're living under and not democracy. And when I say bring democracy to Paterson, I'm explaining how we can do that. And like Sister Wahida said, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The civil rights movement, they was bringing democracy to Paterson. That's what democracy looked like. And because of my time, this is 3 minutes, this speech. So I don't know, I can leave now because I'm really late, or I can say the speech. Your call, President. I can leave now.
Continue, sir, and please try to wrap it as soon as possible.
All right, this is going to be the speech is 3 minutes. I wrote it like that.
Try to wrap it up.
All right, so here we go. At the advent, so this is the imperial, known as bureaucracy. We're dealing with the bureaucracy. At the advent of the Industrial Revolution, when labor shifted from rural agriculture to factories inside cities, the purpose of the bureaucracy was to improve the management of workers, and the focus was efficiency to maximize profit. The bureaucracy was successful in achieving those ends. However, there were unintended consequences that was harmful to the greater society. Sociologist Robert Michels warned of the bureaucracy's tendency to result in what he calls the iron law of oligarchy, which, according to Appleroth and Eddowes, means, quote, the bureaucrats who, while adept at carrying out functional procedural rules, are blind to the ethical basis of those rules, unquote. To give an extreme example of this point, philosophy professor Jeff Salvato discusses author Hannah Arendt's conclusions on the Nuremberg trial of the Holocaust death camp facilitator Adolf Eichmann. He asserts, quote, she is saying the causes of evil are dull and boring because who causes some of the worst evil in the history of humanity? This dorky bureaucrat in a suit who is trying to do a good job, pushing his papers around and getting promotions. That, Arendt says, is the major cause of evil. A bunch of bureaucrats who can't be bothered and do their jobs, unquote. Hegemony is another aspect of corporate imperialism that utilizes the bureaucracy to make power seem abstract and therefore not attached to any one individual. It accomplishes this through its hierarchical structure. Sociology professor Nick Lee contends, quote, if you've ever engaged with the bureaucracy of any kind, which every single person has, whether it's the government or your university or whatever, the process itself is the absolute authority, and there's not an individual who controls the process. It's this sort of abstract thing, unquote. Philosophy professor Jeff Salvato expounds on this aspect of bureaucracy using a hypothetical scenario involving a conflict confronting a fictitious character he refers to as Marge the manager. He explains, quote, what if Marge says, no, this is all terrible. What is she going to do about it? It's systemic. It would require a revolution. No one is to blame. You can't even blame the stockholders. This is just how the system works. It's there to maximize profit. You need to manage people, and this is the most efficient way to do it. You can't change it without blowing the whole thing up, unquote. Professor Jeff made 2 references to revolution as a solution. Ironically, the meaning of the word democracy that we're talking about underwent a revolution compared to the traditional meaning of the word democracy, and we're utterly confident that organizing and mobilizing our people will suffice to combat all the components of corporate imperialism, including the diabolical aspects of the bureaucracy. In conclusion, I'll leave you with this statement from Marxist philosopher Antonio Gramsci. He said, quote, "In order to effect democratic change, the otherwise powerless working class individuals must first organize. Their strength as a movement is directly related to their strength in numbers," unquote. That's what we mean by bring democracy to Paterson.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Abdul H. Ali. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
I've been in Paterson since 1953.
What?
I ain't got no nothing else.
I'm sorry.
Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam had a political administration.
Yeah, I see.
I did some research. Now check it out. The Prophet, peace be upon him, cleared government from all kind of administration mistakes and corruptions, which usually can be seen in today's government, like Paterson. Because Muslims trying to take over. I got something for y'all. For this purpose, he, peace be upon him, try to purify the hearts and the minds of the people, spiritually and morally on a social tip. That's what's dying here. You see this shirt I got on? You Martin is good, but this should be up there. You know, anybody know who this is? Anybody know who this is? All right, man. You know why I wear it? Because that's my dick. We were lost and found people translated out of ourselves by a devil-minded people. And in the beginning, we were the lost and found nation of Islam. Now we under al-Islam. Now I'm gonna tell you something. You talk about Malcolm. Malcolm was a good man. Ali was a good man. Farrakhan was a good man, still a good man. And Wallace D. Muhammad. May Allah be pleased with him, and Ali and Malcolm. Elijah cleaned us up. He didn't give us no religion. He just cleaned us up and said, the man that come after me gonna bring religion. Another thing about Prophet Muhammad, there's no superiority over an Arab or a non-Arab, black or white. Did you read that? You should have read that about Prophet Muhammad. Did you read that? What did the Quran say? I made all y'all different so you could do what? Know each other, not despise each other. That's one thing I love about Allah. He told us to be sincere. And when you go in that Quran, you get some sincere information from that Quran if your heart is right. I hear some people talk about presidents. Every president had a Quran. Every president had a Quran. The United States Constitution was built on Quranic law. Now we're doing fasting, Ramadan. What do you fast for, ritual? Or you fast to develop your character to be trustworthy? Let's talk about some character building. Or you just run around here fasting, all right, we fasting to be seen by men. Or you fasting to condition your heart and your mind to serve the people. That's why when I first came here, I talked about the Sahabas and the Quraysh. The Sahabas is a mindset of believers that followed the Prophet. The Quraysh were those who was crooked people like Abdul. I'm gonna give it to you because you lied to me. Don't ever forget that. And when you lie to me, you're on the other side of me. I don't trust you now. And you know superiority in me, and I'm no superior to you. But the only thing that makes me more superior to you, my moral nature's intact. Mike, you did great. I tell you this when you first got that seat. Alhamdulillah, sister. Give me a break. A'udhu billah. Like I said, Mike, you did great. I remember telling you that. The best way you can get through is through your what? Your moral character. When the AG was here, I mentioned something. He didn't answer the question. Give me your understanding of civil rights and human rights. See, if African Americans stay under civil rights, we'd be under that political game to be played with. But if we under human rights, it's a higher order. The young lady that's a business manager, she don't even live here. So what's her traditional means? Money? And at the end, with the AG, I said, you know what? When the head is corrupted, what happens to the body? Same thing. It's destroyed. So all y'all that's hanging out with Andre Sayer are comrades of wrongdoing. So when you sit in that chair and do your administration, make sure your heart and your moral consciousness is in order to tell the truth. And the brother want to fight somebody. You want to fight somebody? Fight the demon in you. Put that individual in check. Oh, matter of fact, Abdul, you know the prophet had a jinn, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? You know he kept his jinn in check? You need to keep your jinn in check. You too, brother. All you Muslims need to keep your jinn in, because I'm practicing that now. Keeping my jinn in check. I ain't morally right all the time. But when I'm wrong, I can admit it. Me and Andre had some conversations, text. You know, Andre used to call me, when we do Ramadan, this year he didn't give me nothing. And I don't care. I do not care. And the reason why I'm talking like this, because all of y'all need to know that some of y'all ain't on the right side. Dapper, I can point y'all. Brother, you got to remember when you was on this side. You remember that when you was on this side? When Joey was here, Kenneth Mars was here, Sayer was a council person. You remember that? You were talking trash. Now you get there, you think you got some power? The only power you got is the only power that you have is get your sense of direction in order. Because you a liar too. Because they caught you out there. Now, don't make me bust your bubble. I heard about you beating up on your wife. Not to get too personal. Not to get too personal. Men don't beat on women. My father taught me that. You gotta hit a woman, get rid of her ass. Excuse me for cussing, forgive me. And the reason why I'm going like that, don't ever stand there like you got it going on and you don't. Menendez, I love you, Akeem. But listen, that forest that we got out there in Albion Budgets, that forest, all the trees, what's going to happen there? You going to do something with that? You keep saying you're going to do something with it. What you going to do with it? You know how long that forest been there? I've been out there 11 years. I go out Fifth Ave, right? They got that little nice lawn out. That's a thing with that nuts.
Brother Ali.
Don't you do it. I owe the black.
Well, we do have.
Did you hear about the prophet? Did you ever talk about the prophet?
Did.
What was your character?
We do have.
What was your character in Ramadan?
Sir, can I finish, please? We've been listening to you. We do have other community members patiently waiting to speak, and we do have a time limit of 3 minutes. I mean, you have passed 6 minutes already.
Let me share something with you.
Please, I'm humbly asking you, please.
All right, listen.
Please make your statement so we could hear the other community members as well.
When Allah sends somebody here to carry a message from the Quran, it's a reality. Allah wanted to be heard. I didn't cuss you out. I just brought some points.
You did.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So what I need you to do is go home and make salat. Go into some of the hadiths and some of the Quran and get your character in order as the president. You see what I'm saying? So don't tell me what to do, Aki. I got this by the grace of Allah.
I'm not.
You understand what I'm saying? Akeem means brother. So listen, I'm gonna let you go. I think I brought this up. And always remember, Prophet Muhammad had a political administration.
Thank you.
Are you under that, or are you under the crookedness of America and Paterson, New Jersey, following Andre Sayer?
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Xavier Harris.
Mr. Harris.
You think about that, Abdul. Get your catch, you know.
First, I want to say thank you to Mr. Mendez. You did an awesome job sitting in for the president. You didn't rush anyone off the mic, so I commend you for that. Secondly, I want to say welcome back, Mr. President. It was kind of a very long time of absence. It's been a lot said, plenty words over the night, but I want to exaggerate 3 words: transparency, care, and trust. They all go hand to hand in what we're dealing with in the city. Transparency, allowing light to pass through an object that's hidden so it can be seen. Transparency. We feel like there's none, absolutely none whatsoever. Having all meetings televised is crucial. One thing about the youth is they pay attention and they learn from what they see. No transparency is no knowledge. Care. Everyone's sitting at a chair on the other side. Everyone's sitting in a chair on this side has to care. If you don't care, then there's no reason for us coming together, talking about issues, coming together, fussing amongst each other, going back and forth, communicating. What's the point if you don't care? The definition of care is paying serious attention or applying pressure to something to avoid damage or risk. So if you care, you shouldn't want to hide or keep knowledge away from the people of the city of Paterson. Care and transparency go hand in hand. Trust, the firm belief in the truth or strength of something or someone. If you trust the people of Paterson enough, why not give full transparency and show that you care? All words go hand in hand in the matter of doing what's best for not only you guys sitting in the chairs, but the people who appointed you to sit in the chairs. The lack of transparency shows that the council as a unit doesn't care. And because the council as a unit doesn't care, we the people do not trust. It seems like the more of my peers that show up to speak every week come out, we gain a few more. That's because we see each other here speaking to you guys, voicing what we believe and our opinions on certain issues, and others also want to do it. I received about 10 text messages, DMs, Instagram, social media, Twitter, tweets about, oh bro, how did you go do that? I want to speak, I want to talk. And I did my best to relay the message. Oh, you come Tuesday, sign your name on the paper, say what you want. I urged everyone to have some type of decorum, because that's the word many of you used when coming to speak, because it's important not only to speak, but how you speak so you can be heard. I feel like if more people can trust you guys and more people can see what's going on a day-to-day basis, that more will come out and speak and voice how to better Paterson. In conclusion, I just want to say things like televising all the meetings and not rushing people off the mic really show that it's bigger than just sitting in the chairs, getting paid and pretending to be somebody who can make a difference. When you allow everyone to see and voice their opinion, that's when you get the votes you need to keep your positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Darlena Hayward.
Ms. Hayward, good evening.
Hayward, would you state your name?
Everybody, Darlena Hayward of Paterson. I work for the Paterson Food Service, and it's been a problem there. They're taking food from the kids. I got a picture, I took a picture of something they served the kids the other day. All hell broke loose. I've worked since coming back to work, I worked at School 4, they feed their kids well. I worked at School 21, they feed their kids well. But the last couple of schools, there's been a problem. We have a new company called Sedesco, and right now Paterson gets the best food now. They're getting the best food. I don't know if y'all remember those lunches that went across the television a few years ago. It's none of that no more. They got really good food now with Sedesco, but the problem is the food is so good now, my workers want to take it home. Our food is for the kids in the schools. It ain't for the one working next to me. I don't want to see the food going in the trunks, but now they put theirs to the side. Now I'm being targeted for exposing it. Now I was out of work. Now I'm on restrictions at my job. Now they take me out of a small school, put me to a high school knowing I can't use my left arm. So they kind of coming for me. And I have something on my phone I'd like to show y'all. I have kids that sneaks downstairs to ask me for more food. They just, I don't know what to say with it, and they know about it, but they don't want to know about it. We have food service and we have Sedesco. Food service is done. They don't care. Sedesco is ready to go to the next level. Like we have people, the teachers got to buy their food. You know, they got to pay for theirs. I don't want to see this one paying for it and this one getting it free. Either give it all to them or give it all free. You know who's the ones that had to pay for it though. They're my color. So I'm not prejudiced. I'm a black Puerto Rican and I'm proud of it. And we got to do something. People got to get in there, see what their kids are eating, seeing them out, because they holding something back. They putting it on there, but they giving spoonfuls, switching it up on me. They switching on. And thank you for taking my call. Thank you so much. And I told them at that meeting, we're not going to rest till we say Mayor Michael Jackson. I'm not going to rest. We're going to get you in that mayor's seat. We're not going to rest till we do. But I do need y'all to see about these kids in the schools, but they're coming for me.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
There are no more speakers, Council President.
Seeing none, move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez.
Oh, he didn't say close.
Roll call to close the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public portion. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, first in a long time, I've sat for every single speaker, but I guess that's still wrong. So, thank you. So, and it's not to the public. The reason, now you say, look, it's 10 o'clock, it's a reasonable time, and the reason we got the public portion done in a reasonable time and there wasn't tense, because there wasn't a lot of speaking from this side of the council when we voted on items. When I leave, it's not because of the public, it's because I'm fed up with, I'm hearing 3-4 hours of things that don't impact us. So when we're here for a reasonable time, the public's being heard, I'll sit here and listen, but today we're done at reasonable time. 27 speakers, plus probably 30 speakers because some people were added on. And look, it just hit 10 o'clock because this side of the council didn't speak. If you go to the meetings, I don't speak much. I'm going to use my 2 minutes here before I vote. Some of the speakers stated, you know what, get out the vote. Register people to vote. Absolutely, I agree with you. I'm the only council person that pushes my constituents every single election when I'm on the ballot or off the ballot to make sure they go out and vote. If it's for me, against me, whatnot. If you look at the 6th Ward, we push to make sure they go out and vote every single election. And I just got a notice today on Facebook a year ago, some of my colleagues were on that same mailer that I sent to the residents to go out and vote because, you know, the more votes that come out, the better it is for civic engagement. So absolutely, for the people that are saying they want to register people, go do it. I'll go with you to go register folks. At the end of the day, people will vote and hold people accountable, and I'm confident of my ability, what we're doing in the 6th Ward. Televising meetings. The great thing about government and how it works is you got to meet in the middle, right? I've received some of my constituents have called me. Just watching a meeting doesn't mean full participation. Watching a meeting doesn't mean engagement. Watching a meeting doesn't mean you're part of the process. So I've reached out to my colleagues. I'll support a televised meeting, but allow the residents at home to also participate and speak. Let's do a hybrid. Let's do workshops are virtual, televised, and everyone's allowed to phone call in from home. That handicapped person, they could call. So me in the middle. The good thing, so once again, good thing about government, you meet in the middle. You want televised, people want virtual and televised. It's hybrid. If not, we're at a deadlock. That's how government works. Agree to disagree, that's how government works. You go to any part of any government, at the end of the day, I'll support a televised meeting if it's also virtual. I'm not supporting it as is. I'll say it, you guys can hold me accountable. My residents, my constituents understand it. You want to meet in the middle? I'll be the 5th vote to make sure it's televised, make sure the workshops are virtual and televised. That's where I stand. I don't hide from it. I voted it down last time. I want to thank our fire chief. When you see us get up and we're talking or whispering, we're actually getting things done. Because of your action, chief, that kid that was stuck in the sewer is now with the family, and now that that kid is happy, they just called me again. So I want to thank you and the members of your fire department for going into that sewer and reconnecting that family. But that's what happens when you're sitting here. It doesn't stop. Constituents don't necessarily come to the mic. I represent 26,000 people in my ward. Some of my colleagues represent 161,000 people. Not 25 that come to the mic, not 45. We get text messages, we get phone calls at all times, and we got to get it done. So I will continue advocating for that. So when you see me step out, most of the time I step out, I'm probably handling a matter of what my constituents are calling me for. So Madam Clerk, and also lastly, I know some people spoke about Hinchliffe.
Yeah.
Madam BA, the mayor is called the Mayor Andre Say Classic, but I got to give a shout out to TJ Hill, who's the East Side Athletic Director, Scotty Durham, who's the John F. Kennedy Athletic Director, for putting that together. I reached out to the mayor at 5 in the morning. I saw on the schedule, I was a supervisor of athletics. They're both my colleagues. We saw a mutual agreed upon date, which was May 17th. East Side was hosting Don Bosco at Larry Doby Field. Kennedy was hosting Paterson Arts and Science. I asked the mayor, May 17th, would Hinchliffe be ready for that game? Because the kids do deserve, the Paterson kids do deserve to break ground before anyone else. He locked it in. Both ADs, and it's a Paterson charter school, which is also Paterson residents, will be able to play on the 17th. So I'm glad, let's cross our fingers that the weather holds up, because if it doesn't, that is the last game of the season for high school athletics before they go to the postseason. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes, and everyone have a good night.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Phyllis, doing an excellent job, you and Sophia.
Thank you.
I just want the audience to know that Madam Clerk, who is not here, tonight, to me, this was really a good meeting. Really, she gotten ill when we got home, when our meeting went to 4:45. Expecting them to be back at 8, which is almost impossible. But I just want all of you out there to please put Madam Clerk in your prayers. She was trying to hold off, but it could no longer hold off. The doctor said, no, you can't hold off. She was waiting at the election for primaries, but she wasn't able. So please, just keep All right, Madam Clerk, I appreciate these two ladies here is filling in. My next thing that I want to say is to Councilman Jackson. You threw a monkey wrench. I gotta say that. They wasn't expecting that, Councilman Jackson, but that's what you're supposed to do, you know that. You was raised that way. When something goes that you shouldn't have said something, you can say, okay, that's good. They wasn't expecting that. And there was so much stuff that was said today, and you know, and I hear the other communities, we all struggle, I mean, in communities. We as people of color didn't ask to come here. We were brought here by ships. And I remember, and I look back at my family and my ancestors and the struggles and working on a farm, I made 25 cents a day. And then he would want to take me to his store so I could buy a 10-cent bottle of soda and a 15-cent honey bun. And if people know back in the day from the South, you drink a Coke soda with a honey bun. But we all have it, and we all overcome, and we all do our best to help each other. And we need to, you know, I sit here and the Felix, the Husu family, Najee, all of them, with everybody, when we had the opportunity, and you know, opportunity to, I haven't even spoken to the Attorney General until the listening session. I spoke to everybody else, his deputy, the person he gonna bring in, but never the Attorney General himself. And I remember saying, and if I may, Councilwoman Mims, we said to him, we wrote you 2 letters, and you never responded. Councilwoman, we wrote him 2 letters. So it's not like we have not been trying. We have been trying. We have truly been trying. And there's so many things that I know that's happening now. One of the main things I find sometimes with us, with people, is that I'm getting calls now where neighbors not getting along. I'm getting calls now where young kids are getting arrested. And one of the things that our police department really needed, and it should go forward, is like a liaison. They need to be able to go somewhere. If they're having an issue and you're not able to solve it, that we need to be able to go to someone there to get stuff solved, to get things going. You know, I've been here and I look at, there's so many speakers that was here, and I commend these young ladies for continuing. You know, you have to continue. You know, there's so much obstacles out there, and we got to keep jumping hurdles. Like all the time, we're jumping hurdles to get things done, to make sure, you know, to make sure. I get texts, you know, young lady, garbage, people are cleaning out apartments. We need inspectors for the weekend. We need, you know, there's so much stuff happening that really keeps us, like answering the phone or even calling Corporation Counsel, calling BA, calling Madam Clerk, of things that's happening. But there's so much, but just, I want to say too, just continue to be forceful. I say to people all the time, one call ain't enough. You might have to call 20 times. And after a while, they're going to get tired of getting your phone call, because then they're going to eventually answer you somewhere. So with all of that, I just want to say to you all out there, thank you, you know, coming. It was really a good meeting tonight. And that's why sometimes you really don't have to yell and scream. We can get what we have to get across, or what we need to say, what we need to do. And it's all about working together. You know, you know, I've learned to work together. I've learned from being in the South. You know, I was on the farm, in the field. My cousin was in the house cooking. So we had 2 different roles, but we learned to love each other no matter what we did out there. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, I want to thank you all for coming out, for listening. I'm waiting too to see, if you saw the flyer out there, they're going to continue to do the
Speaking session.
The listening with the Attorney General, but it's going to be with the new person, Abishi. He's going to be the one. And if you notice out there, please, we need for you to show up at those meetings. We need for you to come to those meetings on what you need to see and what you need to hear. You two gentlemen out there with the football, yeah. What were you supposed to call me last week? Yeah, about the sneakers? No, couldn't go there because I didn't know the name. I still didn't know the names, and so I would get your number, but I was able to get some sneakers donated by Adidas, and I'm gonna just give them out to the kids. So, but I also want everyone to come out next Saturday with Victoria Quinde with Creative Kids. We're doing a magic show in Barber Park. I love magic shows. We're doing a magic show. I think it's going to start at 2:15. It's from 2 to 6, so around 2:15. So if you're not doing anything, please come out to Barber Park on 13th, which is Saturday, from 2 to 6. I find that, and David Gilmore talked about the cannabis. There's a lot of, we really haven't gotten started yet with the cannabis. We just now 3 businesses to come in for the cannabis. So until we are able, they're not even up and running yet. The only one that's still running is Rise over here in the 3rd Ward. Also, on June the 3rd, I'm having Rosa Parks. It's called Rosa Parks. I'm applying for money from the state of New Jersey, and it's called the Rosa Parks neighborhood. But it consists of about 20 blocks surrounding. Hopefully, what that'll do is help me to help people like you and organizations of getting money and funding to do things for our children. To me, we got to make sure we keep our children busy. And if you don't, then you see what happened with them. So we got to do the best we can. I appreciate you all. Madam Clerk, thank you. Phyllis, Riley, and Sophia, Alexander, and our VA and our CFO. But let's just read things that we just need to. I think that people, we do care because we can get the calls, from different community members, and you know what? There's so much stuff going on in this city. If we don't get those people, if we don't get it, businesses are here illegally. They're doing stuff they shouldn't be doing. People, not doing what they need to be doing, and they need to. You catch them on the weekend, because that's when I see them, on the weekend. And so with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you so much. I'm going to begin first by addressing Madam BA to say thank you for being my mother's neighbor for years. All right, I just want to say that 2nd Ward resident, so when people come here and say things that are not true, they need to be clarified. So thank you for being her neighbor. And you continue to be my daddy's neighbor. In addition, I also want to thank Corporation Council, because it was this council, through our Corporation Council, who drafted letters that were sent to the AG, and yes, we got no response. Okay, no responses. But with that said, we're moving forward, right? We're turning the page and hoping for the best in these next coming months and who knows, years. Councilman Abdulaziz, addressed certain things that it's very difficult when people on this side, right, and on that side don't understand why someone gets up, what their medical situation is, and so forth. At the end of the day, you come and you address the council as being disrespectful because someone gets up. That is not necessarily the case, and I just wanted to just say that and put that on record. In addition, the young man that came and talked about trusting and caring, I have to say that you spoke so eloquently. I mean, truly, I was looking at you. I don't know how old you are, but that old soul of yours just came out, and I thought of you. I'm thinking you're probably in your 20s, and I was looking at you as I look at my son, who is 24 years old, who speaks a lot like you. And he doesn't come here because one of the things he says is, I watch those meetings, Mom, and to see the disrespect, and I'll say it again, the disrespect, because we can agree to disagree, but we don't have to curse each other out. Because when you start cursing, that is when I no longer listen. I'm no longer caring anymore, because you're addressing me in a manner of disrespect. So you can agree or disagree, and I'm okay with that. That's the piece. I got elected by the people. Okay, and just like Councilman Abdelaziz refers to how many 24,000, 26,000 residents, we at large represent 161. I'll be very honest, not all people did the census or filled it out, so therefore we're closer to 180,000 or possibly 200,000 constituents that we represent. So we represent all. And you know, just addressing the piece about my son, he says, Mom, I just don't understand why it is that there has to be that level of disrespect. And it goes both ways. Even on this side as well, we have to address each other in a respectful manner. Also, you know, I want to just a shout out to Madam Clerk. We've been talking on the phone. We've been discussing. We discussed Phyllis, and I just want to say you're doing a great job. Thank you for filling in. I know that she did not. This was something that was an emergency, so I'm just sending you that shout out, okay? In addition, also, there was a lot of speakers today, but if I speak on every speaker that spoke today, we're going to be here. Councilwoman spoke for about 8 to 10 minutes. I'm not going to do that, all right? I stand with the people. I stand with the De Jesus family, with the Najee Seabrooks. I stand with everyone, okay? And with that said, I truly can say this from the heart. Those that know me, those people that truly know me, and someone said to me, they texted me, a constituent this morning, and they said, I watch every meeting, okay? And they said, you know, Maritza, to know you is to love you. It's unfortunate, all right, that people don't want to get to know who I truly am. So with that said, Madam Clerk, thank you so much. Sophia, thank you. Council President as well. And to our BA and our Corporation Council and CFO, my vote is yes to close the public portion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First, I'm not sure who was it that mentioned it, if it was Councilwoman Cotton or Councilman Abdelaziz. I just want to make a little footnote. We do have weekend inspectors. Yeah. If the establishment, if we could get every establishment in the city to be owned by Councilman Mike Jackson, we'll have Sunday inspectors, we'll have inspectors accompanied by officers, we'll have New Year's Eve, 2 o'clock in the morning inspectors, we'll have inspectors who come with their chests poked out with attitudes in trying to invoke hostility and violence. Shout out to the officer. I appreciate you coming in and being very respectful. And I'm glad to have been a slight little more blessing to your family, because I know it was some additional overtime that was that's now being paid by the taxpayers to come out, and I tried to show. If you didn't see it, please go on my Facebook page. You'll have an opportunity to see what my establishment looks like. It is a very, I'm very prideful. I think it's a clean, it's a upstanding, well-kept business that's been in operation in the city for 20 plus years. It has had an opportunity to employ many people, and it just talks about the style of leadership. Because even if let's say if there's a disagreement, or let's say there was something wrong with my place, how can we help you, sir? How can we aid? Because that's what the city really is supposed to be. Is this about a I got you moment? Or if it's not, because now if you're not contributing, then you can get 200 plus tickets waived. But if you aren't, then, you know, we're going to prevent you from earning a living. We're going to, now I had to acquire an attorney to now sue the taxpayers for a person that has taken a personal vendetta against me to take arm to prevent me from, one, making a living, feeding my family, and the loss of revenue that I've had over the last year or so. So we do have weekend inspectors. Just wanted to put that on record there. You know, to your point, Councilwoman Davila, see, people often respond to what they are met with. And when the public comes here and they're cursing, like, for example, my mother's a perfect example. My mother's a multiple six-figure salary professional. She has a license. She's state accredited. She's very reputable. She's very well sought after. And she came here in out of character because she felt some type of way. And when the public feels a certain way, they cannot be judged, or should not be, the ears should not be turned off to them when they're having a difficult time expressing their frustration. Not because they're frustrated, but because their concerns seem to never get answered. Jalen is a perfect example of that. So when we have seniors in our community, that the young lady who left earlier, she's actually the crossing guard on the corner where my kids go to school. I see her every morning. And when we don't make provisions for them, when we target them, when we hear that their vehicles are being impounded, when they're being impacted by, multiple tickets, and we make no provisions for them, of course, people are going to come to the microphone with frustration. They're going to come to the microphone with ill intent, and the language in which they express it should not be a means of why their concerns are not answered. So that, I think, is a point that needs to be made, because the fact that they're residents means that they're deserving of respect. And it's been a consistency since I've been a kid, because I know, whether it's through the PD, whether it's through various parts of the administration, I've been disrespected many, many times, pulled over unjustly, made false accusations made against me, as there continue to be, and I don't see anybody advocating for me, and no one is saying, you know what, not only do I know about other establishments that do other things that's totally against the code, but I support those establishments. I'm in those establishments. I turn a blind eye to those establishments, and yet I see them targeting someone who I sit with, and I don't say anything. There hasn't been one person here. There has been some, but it's softly. That's not my character. Like, if I see you having an issue, I'm coming to you. I'm going to support it, and it doesn't matter who you are, what color you are. And that's why, even to answer Councilwoman Cotton tonight, I get an enormous amount of love from my Dominican people. They know exactly where I stand. I have people who stop me to tell me about people who are on La Mega. Listen, they sending me recordings through WhatsApp. You got to hear this. This is not black people listening to La Mega. This is Dominican people who are listening to the radio station telling me what's going on. So that means I get the support from everybody, because they understand how I do things. It doesn't matter. When the Bangladesh community came to me about businesses that needed supported, I supported them even against other Bangladesh people who was in position. Because it wasn't about color, it was about what's right. And I always do what's right. And that's part of the reason why things turned out the way they did tonight, because those are righteous people who may have been misled to believe that I had ill intent. But when they came here and saw something different, I had a person, most of the people who reached out to me was from New York, by the way. People from New York, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh, Facebook, oh, no problem. I answer right back. I'll show it to you. What rage, anger. You talking about my, I'm sorry. Before the conversation was over, which wasn't a long one, via telegraphic texting, what have you, sir, you seem like a gentleman. I apologize. Maybe one day I'll come to Paterson. I'll look you up. So it is what it is. Some people, you can't hide what you are. Can't hide it, and it just stabs out. Now, back to the real business. I have a question, Council President. I'm hoping that you can allow this question to be answered first, because in this new Andre Saya Memorial game, I'm wondering, is there going to be a cover charge for this game? I got a call from one of the coaches today, and he asked me, how many tickets will we get? I'm like, tickets? Stadium, this is our stadium. So are the students going to be charged, or is anyone going to pay to get into this game that would normally be played at Larry Doby and or one of the other places and will be totally free? Is there going to be a charge for this game? And if there is going to be a charge, I could care less about how much. I don't care if it's 50 cents. Who's gaining the revenue? Okay, if it's free, then well be. I hope so. I mean, well, I don't understand why a coach would have to call me and ask me if it's not free. Sister Griffin, so obviously you understand we put forward the resolution. It was put forward for a specific part of First Ward, just meaning the downtown area. For whatever reason, it was removed again. I mean, I know legal had some concerns, which I dispute those concerns. I see it very clearly. These are residents. We need to answer the call. You're absolutely right. I don't know who said it at the microphone, but to render or to issue a sticker that people are supposed to ignore is unlawful. Without the supportive legislation to back up the fact that these people are given provisions for this reason, this is the criteria, it's unlawful. It's no different than walking past a car with a shield. Police officers aren't bigger than the law. If they have a shield in their window, doesn't mean they just get to park at a meter all day and they don't get ticketed, but that's what happens. We know that's what happens. So this resolution, this ordinance, this parking ordinance does not, let me say it again, does not require for anyone to remove meters. It does not take away from revenue. What it does is it takes away from the parking authority and or whomever is writing tickets, which is also going to be consistent of the tow company, to generate revenue off of our renters, off of our residents. Somebody said, I think it was Elvis, that other cities, when you go to other cities and visit, you're a visitor. When you go to Manhattan, you're a visitor. When you go to Philadelphia, you're a visitor. So yes, you pay for parking. But those cities take planning serious. So when they allow development or when they allow old factory buildings to be converted, they make provisions for parking. Here, if you look at the planning that has taken place over the last decade, we've done such a poor job with planning. We've allowed numerous applications to get approved with a shortage of parking, and then we expect the residents to bear the grunt of that, while whoever said it was correct, the landowners, they leave with all of the spoils. Lastly, let me wrap up by saying this. I mean, I want to congratulate. I don't even want to say congratulate because that's it's not a just term, but just want to acknowledge the consistency and the steadfastness of Dave Gilmore, because a lot of people would have tapped out. I've supported a number of different people who was treated unjustly. Milton Robinson being one of them. And in spite of him being treated the way he was vindicated and got his job back. But then afterwards, I said, listen, I don't want to fight this anymore. Some people say I'm not going to fight anymore. Some of us, we say, I'm going to fight until, you know what until means? Until there's no fight, no breath left in me. I'm going to fight. And Dave Gilmore is an example of that. His fight, it exposes a lot of the wrongdoings that's going on in this community. When people decide not to fight, so let me talk to everyone out there. When you decide not to fight, you allow the corruption to continue. But when you fight back, when you put your foot in the ground, you say, no, I'm not taking that. when you hire an attorney, whatever you have to do, it's going to expose the corruption. And what it's doing is exposing exactly that. So I'm asking for this council to be responsible. Let's hold this administration accountable and stop spending our money on legal fees, because he racked up a great deal of legal fees that we got to pay back pay, and now the lawsuit that's going to follow. Let's bring this gentleman back to work and let him get back to work and doing what he did best and showing the proof was in the pudding, because all the things that he's asking for, a sign of a great leader is somebody who not just asks for something, but they show you by example. The reports that he gave when he was the director of that department, the summonses that was written, has been unmatched. No one else has done it since then. I'll rest it there. Madam Clerk, fantastic job on your behalf tonight. And I wasn't unaware that Ms. Murray was going through a procedure, but my heart goes out to her as well. And my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So let me start my 2 minutes by putting our clerk in our prayer. Let's hope that she get back to us as soon as possible, and let's just keep praying for her. To the community, thank you so very much for coming. To all the speakers on the mic, thank you. I think that we live in a very different time. JB, Coach, thank you. That proposal, I'm in full support of that, to acknowledge the contribution of that young man into our city, and just thank you. And we live in a different time. I mean, right now, when I see the community asking questions, yes, they have all the right. Check and balance in government, it's everything. If we don't have check and balance in government, we're not going nowhere. And the community, we're here for you. You're the taxpayer. You have all the right to ask questions. And this is the reason why I've been insisting to the administration to provide those answers in writing. A lot of people, they're asking questions. The stadium, it's beautiful. People, they're asking for detail about the money. The administration have the responsibility to produce those numbers and present it to the community. Just keep asking questions. We cannot feel bad or upset because the community just asking questions. You're holding everybody accountable. And that's the way it's supposed to be. This is the first time in history, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, that we have the AG taking over a Paterson Police Department. First time in the history of the city of Paterson. This is something new. In the community, there's a lot of questions. They want answers. But guess what? As an elected official, it's our responsibility to produce those answers. The administration, that's their responsibility to get back into the community. You hear me over and over requesting the mayor presence in the chamber to have a conversation with the community, because that's what we're supposed to do as an elected official. The same way we go out and we campaign and we knock on doors, once we elected, the same way we got to sit on this chair, answer those calls, get back to the community, and listen to the people. But sometimes, we lost track. Abdul Ali make a good comment about Heritage Place. Let me just explain what happened with Heritage Place. There's a huge piece of land, piece of property in Heritage Place that it's just full of grass and debris and trees. That I had a conversation last year with the director of Housing Authority in Magoran. I met with the director and we called the CEO of Paynes Road, the company that built Heritage Place. And I told them, listen, as a councilman, I cannot allow the community to live in this condition. That piece of property is full of debris, full of garbage, and they promised me that they're going to build a playground there back then and that they will put all the funding. It's been almost a month. I haven't heard from them. I'm calling the director, and I hope that somebody could relay this message to her. I'm calling her because we had that conversation, and she committed to get it done. On Heritage Place, there's nothing for our children. Nothing for our children to play. Also, Fifth Avenue project, the playground, yes, it's closed. I got in contact with the person in charge. The playground, and the basketball court will be open. My request is to stay open until 8 o'clock when the sun go down, to close it. But our children, they deserve a place to play, sport, and recreate themselves. on both Heritage Place and also on Fifth Avenue. Today, here in the city, in our chamber, we have a learning, it was a learning meeting. So we learned a lot, and I really want to thank all the Dominican community, the Dominican leaders for coming into this chamber and express their concern. I was very impressed with Leslie, that young lady that came in and spoke about the history of the Dominican community in the city of Paterson, and also the contribution of the Dominican community in this city. And also the lawyer, Mr. Obaez, how great he connect our history and all the contribution for Juan Pablo Duarte, our founder father, also mentioning Malcolm X, also Dr. King and Washington, relating or connecting all the history. And that really, I think what we learned today is that we need to respect every nationality. We have over 52 nationalities here in the city of Paterson. We must respect each other. I really want to thank the Dominican community for standing up and coming here. And we all make mistakes. As a human being, we make mistakes. We definitely accept Councilman Jackson's apologies. I accept it as a Dominican, and everybody here in this room, they also accept it. And it was great that we spoke about the Dominican history and our history in this nation, including Malcolm X, Dr. King, and many other people that paved the way for us to be here today. So it was the learning meeting today, and great thing came out of tonight. Let's keep moving the city forward. Let's respect each other, because there's a lot that we could do for this city, and the community demanding change right now. With that being said, Madam Clerk, once again, thank you everybody for coming. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So first, let me start by justice for Najee and justice for Phyllis De Jesus and any other persons that stand in the need of justice. For all the speakers, I want to say continue coming. Continue speaking up. Because when you come and you speak out, you speak for all the other people that could not come. People that wanted to come, or maybe they're intimidated by comment, but when you come, I'm sure they're home cheering or on YouTube saying, yes, I wanted to say that, but I didn't know how to articulate it, or I was too afraid to come and I didn't know if there would be any repercussions for coming out to the meeting. So I commend, and I always go back to Brother Deshawn, who talks about the wave and the vibe. Like, that just sticks with me. I might have to do a little poem on that or something. But I think it's important that you continue the vibe and cause a wave, because it's the voices, it's you standing and representing what you believe in that gets the results done. Sir, I always call my seasoned seniors sir and madam, because I was raised to do that. For your decal, if you go to the parking authority, I spoke to Tony Perez, who is he's over that department. If you go there in person, give them your address, they will give a parking decal to you and to the other woman that was here. So just, if you go directly to the office, give them your address, they will make sure you get that tomorrow. So I just wanted to give that information out to you, and I know she left, I don't see her. But if you just go directly into the parking authority office, I believe the address is 125 Broadway, is right behind the parking garage here on Broadway. If you go right by Wendy's, it's right there. Go to the window, say you're here for your parking decal, give your name and your address. They will make sure they give it to you on the spot. So I wanted to give you that information. I did give my card to the woman that came, and I just was saying that because I have the a great opportunity to now work in the school systems twice. So that's a really great opportunity. And I was just saying maybe last Thursday that I remember the time when people were talking about the lunches. And I was like, I was saying, well, I have not heard anyone brag about how wonderful the lunches are now. I mean, they are absolutely phenomenal. They have collard greens some days, they have taco mixes, you get a choice of different lunches. I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal. I mean, they get stuffed pizza, all types of stuff. But you know, a lot of times what spreads fast is the negative stuff. But they're not talking about the great things that are happening inside of the building. And I'm not saying it based on hearsay. I am physically there every single day. And I have to commend,
you know, the commissioners for the new contract and Sedesco and all those people. They also have a lunch advisory board or a committee that they have selected is filled with parents that are part of that committee that work with the family engagement, that department as well, where they come together and they talk about the lunch. They see it, they get to taste it and all types of different things. But I was happy to hear Ms. Hayward come on tonight and mention that. And then I gave you my card so we could talk about your other situation. But I do have to say that tonight we had the awesome opportunity to salute and to honor Flaming Elites. They're just one of many people, and big kudos out to them. There's so many groups that are doing amazing things, especially our children. And it doesn't take away from our seniors or our family or anybody, but we have to, every time we have an opportunity, to pat our children on the back or give them a high five or tell them we're proud of them, no matter what's going on with them. Because sometimes people are like, well, if they're doing good, you salute them. You should salute all children because you want them to always do better. So tonight was just a great opportunity to do that. You know, Silk City, you know, I rock with you hard. It's been years. So it's not like you're here, but I've been supporting you for a long time. Last Saturday, one of the things that I just want to give a great kudos to Roshawn Davis and Brother Manny Cruz. They had a great vision of the 1,000 Men's March. They did it last year. Brother Roshawn reached out to me to be the chair, the spearheader of the 1,000 Women's March, which happened this Saturday. And I just have to say, we made history in the city of Paterson. And I want to thank Councilwoman Vera Ames, and Mother Constance Bragg, who was the leader that led as matriarchs that walked ahead of us. And, you know, I was saying if Councilwoman Vera Ames could be in that march, everybody should have been there, right? But it was just phenomenal. Corporation Council, you know, I appreciate you. Thank you for being there. Councilwoman Cotton, I thank you for being there. Councilman Mendez, I thank you for being there. And Councilman Uden, I thank you for being there. To me, it speaks volumes when you have something that's historic in the community. It's not about titles, it's not about politics, it's not about who gets the credit, but when you put it out there and you see who shows up, it speaks volumes. People were crying. People were there saying they had not seen people since the pandemic. They have not been outside since the pandemic, and they were crying and holding people's hands and on people's shoulders, and it was just a wonderful day of unity, of strength, and empowerment. So I appreciate everyone for coming and standing in solidarity for a historic moment in the city of Paterson, to our police department, our sheriff's department, our constables, all of our youth that performed. We had so many youth entertainers. It was just phenomenal to be there and let them witness and be able to embrace, you know, some of the leaders in our community. My heartfelt condolences go out to Coach Sproul. Coach Sproul, I've known him for a very, very long time. And I'm not sure, Corporation Council, what we can do for them in that situation, because he died tragically in the vehicle with his daughter. And to hear that they checked his car and then gave a $600 ticket, okay, that will resolve that. They need to be reimbursed for that, because how do you, after someone dies tragically, suddenly, just, you know, driving, and we tow their car and charge them $600 on top of grief. So I pray we do that. And I heard the coach and mom talk about renaming a field or doing something in his honor. And I believe, you know, that's a great gesture, because he has done a lot in our community for our children. They do this stuff for free. They don't get paid for it. They volunteer hours, and I can go on and on about some of the other things. David Thompson, Halls That Inspire, thank you for your stand. And then I remember, and I'm coming to close, asking, there was Dave Gilmore, and I saw the article where Dave Gilmore, for the second time, this time the administrative law judge has now rendered the verdict that he should get his job back. So I don't know why we're continually delaying it. I'm not sure what that protocol looks like. but I even questioned when we posted his job, and I asked about the job posting at the first time when he won the first time. Now he's won the second time. So I'm asking this administration, Corporation Council, that we rectify it immediately, because when the longer it stays where it is, the taxpayers are going to pay for it. And we have to not play politics with people's lives. He's been out of work for about 17 months with no pay. He's done his due diligence. We see the rendering has been sent to the city the first time and it was appealed, you lost, and then they won, and then the second time he won again. So at that point, just let it go, give him his due diligence, let him come back to work and do what's required. So thank you for being awesome as always, Madam Riley, and to Sophia for making sure. And you know, one thing that I can say is that it's hard to sit and hear the public speak and not respond. You know why? Because I love the public and I want them to speak. So when I hear them speak, I try to respond to every person that talks, because sometimes you don't get a response at all. And so I think it's important that you hear it. And then I heard the proposed amendment to the workshops being televised. And so here's my response. If the proposed amendment says that workshops are televised and you still can come here, and then we hybrid it, I am for that. But I am not for saying, let's make workshops virtual so we can't see you. I'm one of the council people that sit here when the public speaks from beginning to the end. So I will be happy to amend it to say workshops are televised while you're physically here, and add hybrid opportunities to it. I'll amend it for that, right? Because you heard it is going to be supported. So I'm going to amend it to say that, but I'm not amending it to say workshops are virtual, because I want to see the public. I'm not somebody that don't want to see the public, because I'm a councilwoman at large that represents 168,732 people. So I want you to come here, I want to see you, I want to hear you. I don't want that to be virtual. Now we can sit here and have you come and then have a virtual piece where people outside of that. I am all for that, and I will amend that and bring that to workshop next week. And let's see how it gets voted on. But I'll amend it to see what happens. But I want the community to still be able to come out, and I want to physically be here to see you. I don't want to be sitting at my house waiting. We had some glitches with that before during the pandemic when people were trying to speak, the system cut them off and all types of stuff. So I don't want to amend it and then I can't hear from the public. So I can amend it to add that addendum, and let's see what happens, community. You heard it here tonight, live. Tonight is a live meeting. So I'm going to amend it and bring it next week, and let's see how the vote goes forward. As long as my co-sponsors are still good with that amendment, I will definitely bring it forward, and let's see if there's another game that's played. Paterson, you already know, I don't have to tell you, but you know I stand with you always, always, forever and always. I'm born and raised in the city of Paterson, don't have to play games, don't need to grandstand. I believe in the city, love our youth, love our people, and I believe that we all should be in this together, because we're truly better together. Public portion, my vote is just to close it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson. Thank you those who are here and those who are watching us live live today, since this is a regular meeting, it's televised meeting. Thank you. And let me start with the televising workshop session and why I think it's very, very important. And I said it multiple times that in the workshop session we don't vote. That's very true. However, we share and present our thoughts, our rationale on the agendas. And people, if would have access, they could give us input, their feedback, how they feel about certain agendas, so they can have time to speak to their representative, which is us. And next week, when it comes to the regular meeting, we can vote the people's, considering the people's concern and how we think is the best way to move forward. Now, as an example of today, even before the public session starts, we voted for about 15 items. Do you think the public had any option to give any feedback, input towards those items? Not really. We only voted. Whether you are happy, not happy, that's totally your point. However, vote is not going to change. And this is why I feel it is very important that we need to go televised. Now, as I can address, one of the concerns came that whether we can go hybrid and people can join toward, using Zoom or whatever means that you can use. But what percentage of our people have access to internet? What percent of people are used to with this platform that they can use and join us? If this is the case, then why the YouTube comments are turned off now? Why you don't have access to people to call in the council chamber and share their concern? Or why don't you have a phone number that they can give a text messages? And I am on the live, on the recording, telling you, if this is the case and you need extra employee, I'll donate my council aides for that. I'm telling you and keep this on the record. If that comes, I'll give my council aides to take care of that business. You don't need to hire anybody else. Let me go to another item that I sponsored, which is a 5-minute speaking time. And as I had mentioned in the workshop session, that more than 90% people use more than 3 minutes time limit. Yes, Council President, with respect, he allows people to speak more than 3 minutes, which is great. Again, I can quote exactly what he said today to one of the members in the public, that you exceeded, your time limit is 3 minutes, you already exceeded 6 minutes. Now here's what I want to share with. This ordinance we passed in this chamber, in this room. Now we are allowing people to break this rule in this chamber. Now how would you expect that you are passing the rules in this chamber and people in the city of Paterson are going to follow your rule? When you are allowing people to break the rules, and we, the bodies, are breaking the rules in this chamber. And you are making showing the public that these ordinances are nothing but formality. This is the reason I want 5 minutes. 5 minutes, yes, people are speaking more than 5 minutes, and we're allowing them. But this is what the statement that goes out there, that this ordinance means nothing, or no ordinance means nothing. And this is why recently we passed the no dirt bike, no electric bike on city street is still there. That's Mr. Gilmore shared today. How do you think that's going to be followed? Because the chamber, the council members that passed the law, and they are the breaking law in this room. So I believe that we need to support the 5-minute speaking time for the public. We need to support the televising workshop session. That's our demand of the time. I'm going to go to address two individuals together, Attorney Ribias, I'm not sure that's how you pronounce his name, and Professor at PCCC, that they were speaking about our diversity, our unity, and thank you, Professor, for tapping our students' background knowledge and coming up with an inclusive lesson plan that affirms diversity. I acknowledge you for that, because this is what we need. This is what City of Paterson is seeking for. Because diversity is our strength, and this is the Paterson is a tapestry of diversity. We need to support that. Don't let us, and don't let people, and certain people, not everyone, to break us apart, because this is not what we are seeking for. We want a Paterson that affirms diversity, because this is our strength. At the end, I'd like to just say to Madam Clerk, our prayers and thoughts for speedy recovery, and we're waiting to see her back here. One of the individual came from the first ward and talked about the stop sign missing on North 3rd Street. As I can say that every Friday and Saturday night I do night patrolling, and as you know, this I address, even last weekend I addressed, I think, more than 50 street lights that are malfunctioning. I address so many potholes in the city of Paterson, and as you can go to these, and as you know that we have an app that we can use it to report, and do so, and I would also will address this missing stop sign as well. So that we also need to do constituent service as well. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know the chief is back there and he just want to move forward the meeting. But I just want to bring some words tonight. First of all, I want to thank the whole entire community that came out and showed their support Friday and Saturday to the Deputy Mayor Elsa Mantilla, her daughter Alcita, Rosita, and all the entire family in the viewing and the funeral day of Francisco Arturo Mantilla. My heart goes and still goes with the family. As everybody knows, I'm real tied up with the family. Everybody knows that. It's not a secret. So I apologize to Councilwoman Mintz because I was not in attendance. Saturday was a difficult day for us. That's why I was not in the one-woman march. And I think Councilman Adelazi was also there. So, and Ruby, I believe Davila. Those that was not in your, we apologize because that took precedence. But yes, I brace your event because I also took the chance to watch it through Facebook. And I did hit a like. And that's what it's all about. Coming together for different reasons. If the vision is good, let's make it happen. Nobody's against nobody. Nobody is saying things that will divide us. Let's make it happen. Everybody has an agenda. But everybody had to look at what agenda you have that probably is not fitted to the community agenda. I want to thank the Dominican community and the community came in here, and even that they don't even spoke, but they came out with respect, education, and demonstrate what is the Latino community and the entire community is. Respect. I always encourage the community to stay focused, vigilant, and stay united, but with action. But with action. I cannot say I love you, brother, if I don't show you that I love you. I cannot say I respect you if I don't show you I respect you. So I told the entire community to do that. Be vigilant, humble, respect each other, and move the city forward. One thing I have to say is, I'm proud of a nice Puerto Rican mother that raised 6 kids. She was widowed at 33 years old. Her school education was first grade, only first grade. 33 years old, she became widow and raised 5 boys and 1 girl in the beautiful Bronx, New York. And one thing that she showed me as a son is that I came out of a woman, that I had to respect the woman. I don't care what people say about my past or what they read in the newspaper, but everything they put in the newspaper, sometimes it's not right. And I sit back and I let God fight for me. Dr. Pruden mentioned 60 days without not receiving nothing from us. Dr. Pruden, I respect you. I had a big major accident in Main Street, and he was there, and he did what he had to do as a doctor. Every time we go to a doctor to get result of what's going on in our body and it goes to different tests, and we don't get the result. the right way probably we want. Everything's a process. Now we have an attorney general that took over the city of Paterson Police Department. Now we have a new chief, okay? And still the rules are the same. When it's under investigation, we don't know a lot of stuff. We don't know what's going on. I commend the community that went out to St. Luke Church. It was packed. I even was thinking to change the council meeting in that time to the church. Nobody cursed. Nobody slandered nobody. Everybody was expressing their concern to the Attorney General. And I commend the community because they came out and did what they had to do. And if you notice, I was there, I got up like 5, 6 times. And I know why I got up. So, and not because I didn't want to listen to the concern. Councilwoman Davila expressed it in her statement why sometimes we had to get up from this seat. But I commend Dr. Pruden to come here and demand from this body government answers and respond and to do something. That's what we want. We want the high authority to come out and bring justice for all, everyone, to the Jesus family, to the Najee family, to all those individuals that have died through gun violence. You know, I took notes. Meanwhile, I was going out, I was listening also through the TV. Corporate Council, I know we have a form. When the lady came up here, requested the $600, she stated that somebody told them that she had to go to the Superior Court and sue the city. I believe there's a form in the second floor for claims. And if she put the why and when, et cetera, I know our justice will look into it because it's not her fault. It's no one's fault that a vehicle was retained for investigation. And I know that insurance company reimburse back, et cetera, that's the way also to reimburse that. If she don't get it back, trust me, I will get $600, give it to her. I will get $600. But there's a way to get refund in the city of Paterson, and there's a form downstairs that they could fill it out, and the legal department will address the situation. Councilman Mendez already addressed the park. It's a good thing about the basketball court. I will say this: if basketball court stays open 24 hours, the less people are going to be using for the right time. The what? Yes. You know, it's a private property development. They have their own rules. Mendez already spoke about that, and that's his ward and that's his development. But I just want to say that Sunset, there's a ordinance in the city of Paterson that every park should be closed at sunset. If it's not fenced or whatever, they're supposed to not be in the park. It's a municipal ordinance. It's not me saying it. Okay? Like drinking, smoking inside a park is a municipal ordinance. Thanks God that police officer allows, talk to them and say this is what it is. And, they understand that there's not a lot of recreational places a park has. I'm going by the list here. And once again, let me see, parking authority. We have a long discussion with DPW regarding, because a lot of the ordinance regarding the residential parking in downtown. Downtown is a business district zone. It was not meant to do residential. So there's a lot of things there that had to be put in order to be able to put something that really works. We had a big discussion about it. I don't know, Tony spoke to you regarding everybody that lived there could get a temporary parking? I didn't heard that from our decision, but if that's the case, they spoke to you, Tony will deal with that. But something came up, and I have to be honest with you. We talk about residential parking. You know how many tickets our city employees get because they don't want to park in the garage, they don't want to park anywhere, and they had to park in a meter, so they get tickets. So now, here's come the residential park, and now we have a bunch of employees that parks on the meters. They go to probably ask for a permit to park. So 8 hours, 7 hours, 10 hours a person parked there is going to create a loss of revenue. We're not talking about removing meter. Person parked there. If we go way back, people was requesting to have parking in downtown to shop because there was a lot of cars parked there without paying meters. So it was enforced. So if you go way back, ordinances are placed in there, things was placed in there. We're not against no one parking for free. The ordinance says from 6 o'clock in the afternoon all the way down to 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning, it's free, you could park. And also, the open lots are open for residents that want to park there. The only thing is that when the operations start, they had to move their car. There's a lot of things that is out there for them. And, you know, but need to put it the right way. Last but not least, Madam BA, first of all, the community that always go to Roberto Clemente Park. Thank you for the lobbying for Roberto Clemente Park. The DPW committee, the administrator heard my concern. Roberto Clemente Park is under construction. It's going to be a nice decorated fence on front. The back of the park is going to be fenced. The two entrances on the side is going to be fenced with gate. So when the sunset comes, the park is going to be closed. And unfortunately, in the morning they had to open because they had to go to school. But the park is going to be closed because we don't want vagrants and people using the park for things that they're not supposed to use the park. Madam BA, I want you to please get in contact with, get in contact with the Board of Education. People get confused with the School 15 basketball court section. That is property of the school board. For years, we did it once, we did it twice, we did it 3 times, we clean it, we paint the wall, etc., etc. As a voluntary thing, DPW helps and everything. That's not our property. The basketball court, the residents want a basketball court, tell the facility from the Board of Ed to jump in their responsibility. We pay a lot of taxes to open and clean that place and give it back to the community. They can put their rules when they want to open or close it. But that's their property. They're supposed to take care. Last but not least, thank you, Council President. There have been resurfacing in the 5th Ward, okay? The pavement looks beautiful. Please keep in mind the speeding. It was not resurfaced for speeding. It was to make sure your car don't get, more damage. And we need to resurface the street. Council President, I wanna say this and last.
Councilman,
don't worry, we had all night.
Meeting is going very well tonight. Let's continue.
And you telling me that because I'm doing my freedom of speech?
No.
And the business of the city is not going fine?
No, Councilman.
All right.
Councilman, continue.
So, thank you, Council President. I want to bring this up because the same way the people receive texts and calls, I'm going to say it loud and clear. What happened last week, or whatever happened, regarding Juan Pablo Duarte, I never had a meeting with the Dominican community to address that issue. Never did. So those that think that I perform all this, what happened today, never did or a meeting or incite them to come down here and attack no one. Please take that, whoever sold you that, please take it out of your mind. I don't need to instigate to the community. People could watch the meetings. Other people did. They did, but not me. That's not me. And when people come here and use the name of God, Allah, or Jesus, they have the right to express themselves. But I read this to myself when I say why people use the name of God. A very serious way of taking God's name in vain is blasphemy, in which God is intentionally denigrate, mock, or insulted. Also, who invokes the Almighty God. Okay? Those invoke Almighty God to say lies takes the name of God in vain. You do the homework. Saying that, Council President, thank you for the opportunity. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Councilman Velez. I want to thank everyone for coming tonight, and those of you who are still here, we do appreciate you coming. I want everyone to know. They might think otherwise, but that is not the truth. And I do wanted to respond to some of the comments, but I don't want to create another show, so I'm going to restrain myself. But Miss Hayward came here and she has some concern about good and some bad stuff. But those are the issues has to be solved in Board of Education in their meeting. And I know Councilwoman Mims gave her the number, her card. Hopefully you will communicate with her. And it's not the platform that we could fix the issue. He has to go to Board of Education. Also, a lot of half job get done, put on the proposal in here, and then blame everybody for not supporting it. For example, I had to say it. CCRB. It was here for a review one night, but the whole ordinance was all over. He has to go to the committee, he has to go to the legal. There is a process, and Dr. Pruden came here. All due respect, I respect his opinion, but that ordinance hasn't even come completely in front of the council. Same thing with last week. We even spoke about the first ward parking ordinance. I even said it, we're going to keep it in the agenda. Next day, Wednesday morning, the sponsor and everybody meet with the people who are involved, Parking Authority, I think even county, and DPW, whoever, and correct the issues so we could move forward. No show. It's incomplete, but it's very easy to blame others. So I think all of us should be accountable, need to accountability for our action. And I'm not going to talk about any other issues. Let's continue with our agenda. My vote is yes to close the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 9 in favor, none against.
Public portion is closed.
Public portion is
Council
closed.
President.
Yes, Councilman Mendez.
Sure, thank you, Council President. Before we continue with the meeting, I know Councilman Velez mentioned the Fifth Avenue project and the basketball court. Let's not miss it. I mean, let me just be clear about what's going out there. What's going on there is that the basketball court and the playground, it's closed 24/7. They're not opening the playground. We all know that there's a legislation in place, and even though Heritage Place and Fifth Avenue is a private developer, no, they have a responsibility with the community. That playground was created, was built to make sure that our children have a place to go and play, and I'm working on that, and I want to make sure that by the end, in the next 2 days, that playground need to be open. And what I propose to the administration on Fifth Avenue complex, it's that they open up during the day and they close it when the sun goes down. And I'm also working with Heritage Place to correct the problem that we have with that empty lot full of debris. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Thank you,
Council
Council.
President, I'll be very brief.
Okay, right after Councilwoman Means, we must continue with the city business. We have the chief, he's not feeling well. Right after Councilwoman Mims, item number 2, then we'll do item number 16.
So I'll be very,
First reading.
I'll be very brief. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
So I have to say, because I can't sit here and hear about Riverside housing, I can literally skip there. It is not closed 24 hours. Kids are in there playing all the time, in the playground and the basketball court. What's happening is they don't allow it to be open during the daytime because kids should be in school. And what they're trying to avoid is people from the outside community coming in, taking over the park and causing crime to take place in there. I am there every day. I walk there in the mornings and in the evenings. The park is filled with kids. I'm gonna take pictures and I will show you. I heard something said, but I live there, so I cannot sit here and allow those things to be stated because I physically live there. Is it closed in the daytime? Yes, kids should be in school. Children should be in school, so it is. But after school hours, take a ride through there. You'll see kids in there. They're playing, they're sliding down the swings, they're running around in the basketball, playing basketball every single day. I'm a witness. I live there. So I'm telling you what I know. I physically live there. Is it a way they can expand? That's something that has to be talked about internally. But I agree, you got to be careful when you start opening up those things all the time to the public, because then you invite crime and other things to come into a place that was built to ensure our children have a place of recreation.
Thank you.
So thank you for that.
Council President, I don't need to rebuttal my councilwoman large, but it looked like there was a problem with the schedule.
Not rebuttal.
No,
Let him-
Council, just a second. Council,
guys.
it looked like there was a problem with the schedule, and we got a call from the lady today.
I
We got a
live
call.
there.
I passed by
I live
there,
there.
so I understand. But I
You
passed
guys
by
can have
that
a
too.
sidebar. That's
Okay,
not on the
we
agenda.
definitely do a
Let's have
sidebar.
a sidebar.
We do a sidebar, but just to put it on the floor, I even
Now
passed
I
by
know why I
there
went
and
to
they
4
called me.
a.m. last
Thank you.
time.
Thank you. Let's do second reading, item number 2. Our chief is not feeling well. Madam Clerk.
Second reading item, item number 2, public hearing is required. Ordinance amending fee provisions in Paterson Code, Chapter 215, Fire Safety, Fire, Ordinance 23-031.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila,
Public hearing.
second by Councilman Velez. Public hearing is open on item number 2 now.
See none, move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Councilman Al Abdulaziz, second by Councilwoman Davila and Cotton. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 2. Councilman Abdelaziz.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Council President, could you please enforce a 2-minute time limit for roll calls?
No, this is not roll call, it's closing the public hearing.
No, it should be 2 minutes.
Well, tonight we're gonna vote yes and no. We're not gonna speak, Councilman, hopefully. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
So let me say to the public, if I want to take more than 2 minutes about an item that requires more conversation, I'm going to take more than 2 minutes. For this one, my vote is yes, but if I need more than 2 minutes, I'm going to take it.
Councilman Newton. Did you say yes?
Well, we violate the code all the time. You violate when you leave
closing-
early. When you leave early, you violate
We're
it.
closing the public hearing. Public hearing on item number 2.
You read the code. You read the code.
Councilmember, please. Okay, Councilman, come, please. I believe she voted.
Her vote was yes? Okay, thank you. Councilman Newton?
My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President Clique?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Vote is 9 in favor, none against.
Roll call.
Roll call on item number 2 for approval, Madam Clerk.
Can we please let her finish her sentence, please?
I did.
Council President, she didn't finish, because she didn't finish saying the public hearing is now.
Public hearing is now closed
Okay, thank you.
on item number 2, the second reading.
Roll call on item number 2.
Roll call on item number 2 for adoption. Councilman
Yes.
Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, I had spoken with the chief. I had one concern, but he cleared it up for me. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Same here, my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, I mean, as I'm looking at some of the fees, they're not enormously larger than what they were, but the issue I'm having, it has absolutely nothing to do with these fire items. It has to do with the fair and equitable distribution of fee services. We talked about earlier, there was a fee that had to do with the sewer connection fee, and there was a documentation that was presented that all of you have received. It was circulated amongst the administration and from one of the members of the administration that talked about 50 or 60 plus locations that had not paid these fees. They're not being fairly distributed. I can't with good conscience support items that's going to be, targeted towards some and not done fairly towards others. And my business is an example of that, of how there's never been a weekend inspection until it has something to do with me. When it has a level of accountability and holding the community accountable, because I'm gonna tell you something, I received so many videos from so many other places. I just don't operate that way, but it's very unfair on how we at this council do certain things and the administration takes them and utilizes their discretion on who's going to pay for what. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have a concern with item number 2 and on section D with the increase of the inspection that is go from 125 to 300 and from 70 to 200. I definitely, we're going through a very difficult time in our community, and I cannot support that increase. My vote is no, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Clerk. So I stated it before, and I asked for a comparison because it was stated in previous meetings that they were going to do these increases because they're comparable to Newark and Jersey City. I asked for the comparison. I have yet to receive the comparison. Some of the increases, to me, there should be a sliding scale and not some increases that are 60%, 50%, 11%. It ranges on, it's all over the place. So because the community, we have to keep in mind where we are. When you're seeing the announcement yesterday that they're going to be closing tons of Burger Kings, that's a sign. We're going towards recession mode. When you see they're closing Bed Bath & Beyond, we're going towards recession mode. And so when we go to increase fees and we're voting yes to increase, we're not considering the residents. And so with that being stated, I'm not increasing any fees and I'm not voting to support them because our residents are going to suffer. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Uden.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, to me, I think these changes are reasonable changes. I compared these numbers with other municipalities like Newark, Jersey City, and I think This is what one-time fee. This is not really they're paying monthly or something like that. And I feel these changes are not much changes, from $50 to $60, kind of $20, $30 changes. Everything, the cost is going high, the salary of the people is going high. I think these are reasonable changes, and with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
So, this ordinance has been discussed since February 6, 2023. That's how far we've been discussing this. Have been going through committee, Public Safety Committee, 3 times for almost 4 months we've been discussing this. This ordinance, if you read the entirety, is addressing private fire hydrants that the fire department have been serving for free. Fire hydrant and private property. And other things that, listen, is for the safety of our residents. But I don't see no landlord taking consideration the tenants. They're being 200, 300% of rent increase. And they'll blame the taxes and the mortgage. Really? I'm talking about those landlords that have 2-family house, 3-family house, that they increase the rent 200% or more. So, can't go one way only, I think this is a must. This will take care of other issues with the fire department budget, okay? And with my vote, I would like to see a report of the Board of Health going on weekends through chimney trucks to other restaurants that are being shut down because they're not operating the right way. So that report will be highlighted to tell the resident that this department is not just picking on one business. There's a lot of trucks that have been shut down because the operation is not in the standard of the Board of Health, and that's all the way around the city. So safety is first, health is first. Saying that, my vote is yes.
I'm sorry?
Thank you, Chief.
Your vote is?
My vote is yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President Kalik?
Vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Okay, the vote is 6 in favor, 3 against. The second reading ordinance is adopted.
Let's do item number 16, Madam Clerk. That's the first reading.
Okay.
Which one?
Item number 16.
Okay.
Okay. Item number 16, first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's an ordinance amending section 5-20 for the Paterson Code to increase the time limit for speakers at the public portion from 3 minutes to 5 minutes, sponsored by Councilman Ford Udine, City Council.
So moved.
Sorry.
Moved by Councilman Udine, second by Councilman Jackson. Roll call on item number 16. Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 16. Councilman Abdelaziz?
No.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
No.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I guess I'll use at least some of the 2 minutes. Couldn't help but overhear Councilman Abdelaziz talking about how he was going to educate Councilwoman Mims a moment ago as she was speaking on behalf of the community. I think that's an educational course that he missed, but I also want to remind the public that you did not get an opportunity to view. He made an attempt to educate us last week, stuck a foot way up his own tailpipe because he was totally inaccurate and again showing his lack of concern for the community. I don't care how many votes I've gotten in your ward, I'm still correct. And see, for Councilwoman Mims, when you talk about a person who has the inability to understand the decorum, he's always over there rambling Even when he calls a point of order is supposed to be utilized when you're calling for a point of discourse or not following through with the normal process and procedure. He lacks in that all the time. But this here just shows the lack of concern for the public. The public comes, they're not concerned with the public's address unless it's coming from certain, communities, and it's obvious. This here gives the public an opportunity to come and fully express themselves, and maybe some people have to yield it. In fact, if you look at what has taken place this current term for the presidency, every speaker utilizes more than 3 minutes anyway, because the respect that was given to the council has not been reciprocated, because the community hasn't doesn't feel as if they received that respect to them to begin with. Anyway, it doesn't make any sense to labor this, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that I was thinking about when we were going to decide, I was thinking about the meeting that we have, with the AGs. If we look at the church, I mean, there was like close to maybe 80 speakers, maybe 100. Everybody utilized the 3 minutes. Maybe a few went over the 3 minutes. And when I'm sitting as a council president, one of the things that I noticed is that once the 3 minute hit, people, they start wrapping things up. My fear with this is that if we increase it to 5 minutes, then people, they're gonna take even more and they're gonna go over. Quite honestly, I don't feel this legislation. I want to abstain from getting involved in voting on this because I don't see the value in this. Maybe because the way I run the meeting, once you go into the 3 minute, I allow you to finish. But once again, my fear is that if we increase this to 5 minutes, people are gonna go over, and it's gonna prolong the meeting even more. So, and one of the examples today, some people they stuck within the 3 minutes. So most of them. So, abstaining.
Well, he abstained, okay. Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes, so our meetings previously allowed the public to speak for 5 minutes. That was changed and amended and voted upon. The public speaks longer than 5 minutes anyway. There's no way you can compare what happens in St. Luke with the AG to what happens here. They have professionals leading that. They made sure, and there were some people that did go over, so everybody was not 3 minutes at all, because they extended time, and then some people just took the time. They just, took it, but sometimes there are things that are happening and people are talking at the mics that really require. Right now, Paterson is in the need of healing. You have a lot of families that are hurting right now, and I know it's hard to say, well, let them not talk 3 minutes. And Councilman Jackson, let me tell you, I'm always ready for those educational opportunities, because I clap back. So as soon as he come, I'm coming right back and teach him and give him some educational moments, because I know Robert Rules of Order, but I'll give you common courtesy when public portion is in the room that you sit and listen to them. That's not a Robert Rules of Order, it's common courtesy to people when they are speaking. That's something that my grandmother taught me. So that's a rule. But that being stated, the public deserves the opportunity to share. They don't come out all the time. They deserve it, whether it's 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and then we keep the decorum here on the council side. Madam Clerk, with that being stated, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Newton?
Pass.
Councilman Velez?
Come on, it's my choice. They passed it.
Listen, I had to acknowledge that Madam Clerk say Councilman Velez. That means she honoring the pass of Councilman Uding. But once again, I gotta say this. I did mention it in the workshop. We are addressing the 5 minutes to 3, the 3 to 5. but we're not addressing the section of this ordinance, section 15-20, Rule 16, manners of addressing council time limit. Everybody has spoken tonight, in the past, more than 5 minutes. The time that went turned down, and I don't know if your council colleagues gonna remember, is because in that time was 5 minutes, and people was putting their time to another person, another person. It was almost 20 minutes, one person speaking. So there had to be a decorum in the time. So my time is your time. I could sit here 10 minutes listening to you. Councilman Adelazi said it the other day. If in 3 minutes you haven't crossed your message, then there's a problem. But once again, we're not putting in Mordaza or something into your freedom of speech. I think we need to conduct business in the city of Paterson. Councilman, I commend you, okay, for putting this forward. But also, this ordinance said that whoever's council president or the council could allow the extension of time. It could be 1 more minute or 2 more minutes or whatever. So that had been going on anytime with the orders or not. So saying that, I'm gonna stand on my ground that the public should raise their concern in the minutes that they allow it, but at the same time, I cannot vote or abstain and say something negative about the ordinance. So my vote in this case will be no.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Newton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you those who supported this. I think, again, I said this, when we come up with ordinance that we expect that people will follow this. And when we are saying that 5 minutes idea came from nothing, but when people exceed the time and we see, and again, I said over 90% people exceed the time and they wrap up their, speaking by 5 minutes. So I think this adjustment needed. The ordinance or whatever rules we pass in this body, I think which should be applications should start from this chamber. And we expect that people in the city of Paterson follow the rules. With that being said, all the supporting members of the council, thank you so very much. And my vote is definitely yes to this.
Thank you, Councilman Newton. Council President Cleek.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to wish whoever become the next president good luck. And I'm a month and a half or so probably left. But don't count me out. I might be back in this chair. And my vote is definitely no to amend this ordinance. This ordinance has been in the books for years, so I'm not going to override my council colleague from prior years who has invested in this ordinance to make it 3 minutes. Everywhere you go is a rule of 3 minutes. But some of the council members think otherwise, which is fine. And for the first reading, my vote is no.
Thank you.
We still have another reading? That's the first reading, that's true.
Yes, I voted already, Madam Clerk.
Okay, well, it fails.
Clerk, please rule in your vote, please.
The votes are 4 in favor, 4 against, 1 abstained. So it's, I'm sorry? It's adopted. On second reading.
It passed first reading, it will be put on for second reading.
Okay, this item is to be placed on second reading at the meeting of May 23rd, 2023.
It passed first reading.
Passed first reading. That's because of the extension, right?
Madam Clerk, let's do the first reading items, ordinances 9 to 15 in order, so you don't have to look through the papers from here to there. Item 9 to 15 in order.
Council President, if I may.
Councilman Jackson.
Council President, can we do second reading?
1 second. Councilman Jackson.
So I was speaking with Corporation Counsel. I'm going to ask to table items 9 through 12 for a brief moment. There's some minor adjustments that need to be made.
Okay, so item 9 is Corporation Council? 9, 10, 11, 12? They're all in the first ward.
Yes, Council President, if...
Going back to the committee, or?
If Councilman Jackson has requested it and all council consent to it being removed, then it can be removed by the council president.
I don't have any issue
Otherwise, it would
with
have to be
removing.
put to a vote.
Okay, so there, some adjustment would be made. So next,
What can you make the amendment on the floor?
9 to 12, I'm sorry.
we're just going to take it off.
Council President, which one of the items?
9, 10, 11, 12 will be a
Oh,
table.
okay,
They are,
okay.
okay.
No, I know,
Yeah.
yeah.
Has to go back to...
Okay, yeah.
You will go back to the committee.
Okay,
You will go back to the committee.
okay.
Thank you. Let's do item number 13, Madam Clerk. Nine to 12, going back to committee.
Item number 13 on first reading, no public hearing required. Ordinance establishing a 30-minute parking zone on Union Avenue between Marion Street and Coral Street, Public Works.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number
13.
13.
Roll call on item number 13, Councilman Abdelaziz. He left? Okay. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President Khalid?
Yes on first reading.
Okay, we have 8 in favor, 1 absent. First reading ordinance is passed on first reading, and it would be on second reading at the meeting of Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023.
Next item number 14.
Number 14. First reading ordinance, no public hearing required. Ordinance establishing always stop control at the intersection of 20th Avenue and East 28th Street, Public Works.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 14.
Roll call on item number 14. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. The first reading ordinance is adopted on first reading, and it will be on second reading at the meeting of May 23rd, 2023.
Next item number 15.
Item number 15 for first reading, no public hearing required. Ordinance establishing always stop control at the intersection of Totowa Avenue and Paterson Avenue, Public Works.
Second.
So moved.
Move it.
Moved by
Second.
Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Udine, Velez, and Mendez. Roll call on item number 15.
Roll call on item number 15, first reading. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
So thank you, Councilman Velez and Traffic Engineer Hong Cha for doing the traffic study of where 7 accidents took place in the last few months, and it is the most needed stop signs, I would say. So thank you for your support on this and moving this forward quicker, actually faster. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
I want to thank the Committee of Public Works. This is not a one-man show, so they understand the problem that we having with accidents and cross-sections, et cetera. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It is in the second ward, Totowa Avenue and Paterson Avenue. Thank you, Councilman Udine, for bringing to the DPW committee. And thank you, Councilman Velez and Hang Cha, the traffic engineer, to look into it. There has been many accidents in the intersection. And my vote is definitely yes on item number 15.
Thank you, Council President. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 15 is hereby adopted on first reading and will be on second reading at the meeting of May 23rd, 2023.
Council President. Council President.
Councilman Velez, let's do the second reading items.
I know, just quick. I just want to, through the chair, Madam BA, the item that was removed back to first reading, I instructed Hung Chow and the director that any item that was in every ward that... No, I know, but before it comes back, those items supposed to be discussed with the ward councilman and any change. And
That's why he just
yeah,
asked for that.
and they please forward back again the emails that Hung Chow a recommendation with fire and police did in that intersections. That's why. I just want to put that on the record because we're not doing things just because we want to. It's vetted to police and fire and Hung Chow opinion, and they supposed to send it to any ward councilman if it's pertaining them. I put that in committee as an order. They're supposed to do that.
Thank you.
That will not delay the work.
Thank you. Item number 1, Madam Clerk, second reading.
Item number 1 on second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 445, taxation, authorizing the collection and use of escrow fees to evaluate and analyze pilot applications. Administration.
Second.
Administration ordinance number 23-030.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Udine. Public hearing is open on item number 1.
See no move to close.
See no one move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Newton?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President Khalid?
Yes.
Vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The
Public hearing is
public hearing is closed on that item.
Roll call on item number 1 for adoption.
Roll call on item number 1 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton?
Madam Clerk, I probably wasn't here for first reading. I'm not quite sure when it was, but for this item here, I'm not too keen on, I know there's a item that's gonna be coming up. I think that, there's some other stuff in the line, and I'm not really sure, so I can't support this as of this time. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila?
So, this item has been discussed in committee and in first reading and workshop. I'm sorry, in workshop, first reading, and now it's here in second. It's my understanding that through this ordinance, okay, there will be escrow fees used to analyze pilot applications that come before us. So we haven't had any pilot applications come to the council, but they've been coming into City Hall. Am I correct, Mr. CFO?
I mean,
And
we
so
don't
there
know
needs
about
to
no-
be some type of reviews, because not all pilots are bad, all right? Especially when it comes to our senior and our senior housing. So with that said, my vote is yes on this item.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
No.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This piece of legislation, collection and use of escrow fee to evaluate and analyze pilot application. This is something that is good for it's good for the city. Right now, when they submit those pilot application, the administration, we have our staff investing time and getting paid with taxpayer dollars to evaluate all pilot applications that come into the city of Paterson. Right now, what we try to do with this legislation is that if I'm a developer and I'm submitting a pilot application, I'm gonna have to put money on an escrow, and the administration, this entity will use that money to evaluate my application. So we're not gonna have to spend money, taxpayer dollars, evaluating somebody's application, getting back to that person, or the application is incomplete, you have to come back. We're going to avoid all of that with this. And I hope definitely that we could use it the right way. I'm in full support of this because we're gonna save taxpayer dollars when people apply for a pilot application. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims.
So all good intentions are not always properly executed. I'm gonna say that again. Not always good intentions are always properly executed. I remember in times past, we approved escrow fees, a process, at a time when Councilman Rivera was here, only to find out that it was not properly executed. So now here's another process of doing the same thing with escrow fees for a different scenario. But my concern is, will it be properly executed? Will we utilize it and have someone to really provide the oversight and to do their due diligence on ensuring that there's an accountable and a transparent process? And based on what I've seen and based on what I know, I cannot support it because I know it's not going to happen. My vote, Madam Clerk, is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Newton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think it's the most needed one to me. I sat down with the BA, and my understanding is that currently we are not charging anything. The city's people are spending their time, their money, and people are asking for politics, lower the taxes or tax-free, and to review or analyze the applications. I think people, whoever asking for there needs to pay for. And as I was explained by Madam BA, that this $10,000 is not going to completely used. They're going to put this $10,000 deposit. If they use $5,000 is going to go back to the applicant. If we need more than $10,000, the applicant is required to put more money into it. Am I correct, Madam BA? I think this is the most needed one, and I'm fully supporting this one. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
I had to laugh because, my ESL teacher told me that it's not Mordaza, it's Moselle. So I had to clarify what I said before. This has been lingering since November 2022. We went to the experience that people want to apply for renewal of pilots. The energy and all the employees of the city involved in this was time consuming. It was, paid by the taxpayers. And Councilman Mendez explained it the same way. And I'm going to say this will not guarantee that it's going to get approved by us, right? So they could come, put the $10,000 in escrow account, realize it's for the purpose that the administration want to do it. They still have to come to the council to get council approval in that pilot or renewal pilot. So I'm talking about the one that they have to come to the council. If it's a new pilot, they need to come to the council. If it's not new pilot, the state has their own rules, and they have to approve it based on the state rules. And if anything is denying this side, I know anyone who's going to go out there and try to get a state rules to apply it. So my vote is yes.
Yes. Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Clique? Council President Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a no-brainer. My vote is yes.
Your vote is yes, okay. Okay, the vote is, I'm sorry. The vote is 5 in favor, 3 against, 1 absent. The second reading ordinance is adopted.
Next item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Number 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's continue in order.
All right. Item number 3 on second reading, Public hearing required. Ordinance designating Cortlandt Street between Barclay Street and Levine Street as a one-way street southbound. Public Works. Ordinance number 23-032.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Public hearing is open on item number 3.
See no move to close.
Did somebody?
Move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez.
Last, okay.
Roll call on closing the public hearing on
Roll.
item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on public hearing to item number 3. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Newton.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President Kalik.
Yes.
Okay. The vote is 7 in favor, none against, 2 absent. Second reading ordinance item number 3 is adopted.
I think it was
Second
public
reading.
hearing. We just closed the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public
Right,
hearing.
so now is the roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, public hearing is closed.
Roll call on item number 3 for adoption.
Roll call on item number 3 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Newton.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
This ordinance was vetted to traffic engineer, fire department, and police department. My vote is yes.
Voted yes.
You voted yes? Okay.
Yes.
Council President.
My vote is yes as well, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Okay, now, the vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent, 2 absent.
2 absent.
The second reading ordinance is adopted. Second reading.
Thank you. Item number 4.
Okay. Item number 4 on second reading, public hearing is required. Ordinance designating Camden Street between Barclay Street and Levine Street as a one-way street northwestbound. Public
moved.
Works. Ordinance number 23-033.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Udin.
Okay.
Public hearing is open on item number 4.
See no move to close.
See no one, move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez.
Okay.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 4,
Roll
Madam
call to
Clerk.
close the public hearing on item number 4. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Newton.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Public hearing is closed.
Roll call on item number 4.
Roll call on item number 4. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Newton.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Was vetted to traffic engineer, police, fire, and committee. My vote is yes.
Council President Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Second reading ordinance is hereby adopted.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is second reading item, public hearing required, ordinance establishing a 30-minute parking zone on Madison Avenue between 6th Avenue and 7th Avenue, Public Works, ordinance number 23-03.
So move.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Public hearing is now open on
See no
item
move to
number
close.
5.
Waiting to finish.
See no one, move to close by Councilman Velez, Councilman Mendez, and second by Councilman Velez.
Okay.
Roll call on closing the public hearing on item number 5,
Roll-
Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 5. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Public hearing is closed on item number 5.
Roll call on item number 5.
Roll call on item number 5. Councilwoman Cotton.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. On this 30-minute parking over here on Madison Avenue between, who was that for, the beauty parlor?
There's a three business on that block between 6th Avenue and 7th Avenue, and the three businesses, they're gonna utilize those parking zone.
I better not go there and see somebody past 30 minutes. And,
That's a police
Right.
issue.
No, I know, that's not me, but I'm just saying, it's three, you got the beauty parlor, you got the law firm, you got,
We are on a roll call.
I understand that. We got the beauty parlor, the lawyer office, and what's other business?
It's a showroom for, it's the kitchens, appliance that they sell, so it's a construction company.
Okay.
On the corner.
All right, so it's being used for all three businesses?
Correct.
All right. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Newton?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
So when this application came through, March 22 through 23, I did a site visit, spoke to all of them. At the same time, as a committee chair, I spoke to Councilwoman Mims about it because she's a large. I believe Councilman Mendez was also in that meeting. Is well needed, so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 5 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Next item, item number 6.
Item number 6 for second reading, public hearing required, ordinance establishing the 30-minute parking zone on River Street between 2nd Avenue and 3rd Avenue Public Works, ordinance number 23-035.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez and Councilman Udine. Public hearing is open on item number 6.
Say no, move to close.
See no one, move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on closing the public hearing on item number 6.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 6. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Newton?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Okay.
Yes, roll call on item number 6.
Good. The public hearing is closed on item number 6.
Yeah.
Roll call on item number 6. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Newton?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
What is this for?
Number 6, River Street.
Item 6.
For public portion?
No, this is, holding.
Oh, once again, this one was also vetted to committee, visit the site to make sure it's needed and is approved by committee and is approved now by the council. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 6 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Next item, item number 7.
Item number 6 on second reading, public hearing required, ordinance establishing
I think
always...
we're on item 7.
Number 7.
We just did number 6.
We did number 6.
I did number 6. What is this? That's what I just read. Oh, I said 6?
Oh, yeah.
My
But,
apologies.
okay, item number 7.
Item number 7.
it's getting late.
Ordinance establishing always stop control at the intersection of 14th Avenue and East 24th Street, Public Works, ordinance number 23-036.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Udine and Councilman Velez. Public hearing is open on item number 7.
So move.
See no one, move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 7.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 7. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Newton?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Public hearing is closed on item number 7.
Roll call on item number 7.
Roll call on item number 7. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So to the public at large, if you're still awake or you'll watch it tomorrow, this will be approved tonight. 20 days from tonight, it will go into effect in that area. Congratulations, you've been advocating. Thank you to Hung Chow and to our DPW committee, Councilman Velez, for getting this done. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
This is an example of working together, and I received the email from Councilman Mintz, and I know it's in my ward, but I don't get jealous. She came and say, we need this as soon as possible. The residents are complaining, and not only that, the data of the accidents was enough. Supported on it. So, and I do that with every request that comes to the committee. So my vote is yes.
Your vote is yes, Councilman?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Council President?
Yes.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 7 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Let's do item number 8, second reading.
Item number 8 on second reading, public hearing required, ordinance creating Chapter 210 of the Paterson Municipal Code entitled Fees, Public Works, ordinance number 23-037.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Velez.
Second.
Second by Councilman Udine. Public hearing is open on item number 8.
That should be taken.
See no move to close.
See no one move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 8.
Roll call to close public hearing on item number 8. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes.
Okay, the vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. It's closed.
Roll call on item number 8.
Okay, roll call on item number 8. Councilwoman Cotton?
Items in here, I think that it's extremely went up too high. And I know, like, I talked about the dumpsters last time, I know, I rode around today, I got about 10 dumpsters parked on the street, you know. They're not parked on the street, they're on the street where they had taken a parking space. But what I find is some of these other fees are kind of, it's really like double almost. So I can't, I mean, I like the dumpster piece of it. I don't think the handicap was changed too much. But with that being said, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
No.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I mean, we are on a very difficult time in our community, and when I see increases, 100% increases in one item, for example, in Section 1 of this legislation, the sewer connection fees from the roadway area, now we're paying $860 now. If we approve this, we're gonna increase it to $1,500, almost 100% increase. The sewer connection fee from the sidewalk area, the price now is $810. We planning to increase it to $1,500, almost 100% increase. Also, I will not support that type of increase on any area. So with that being said, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
So I've been consistent in the workshops and from first reading till now. We're living in a very difficult time. I understand that there's a $18.6 million gap, but every time we're looking to fill the gap or trying to find ways to provide revenue, it should not be on the backs of our taxpayers. Some of these fees are increasing 80%, 90%, 50%. I mean, it's just it's outrageous. We should do scales, and I know sometimes we look and say, well, it's been years since we haven't. So is it to the fault of the residents that it has not been done in years, that now we want to double and do 40% and 50% increases? It's not the fault of the residents that has not been done in years or even a decade. It's not the residents' fault, and there should be a sliding scale. And because our residents are not taken into consideration, once again, my vote, Madam Clerk, is absolutely not an O.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So my vote is yes. Go like question.
Councilman Velez?
We voted yes.
I'm sorry?
Everything okay? Yeah.
Did you vote?
No, I haven't
I'm
voted
sorry, go
yet.
ahead.
I'm just analyzing this. I know that the administration should go back into, see which one they didn't like,
Yeah.
come back with the one they like, and probably, you saw where this goes, right? They go, when you add a bunch of fees together in one resolution, some of them are good, some of them are not, and it take us to this situation of failing the whole ordinance by itself. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Some people might say it's a rubber stamp vote, but reality, cost of living, cost of everything went up. It's simple as that. It's basic, simple thing. When you go buy a burger, I remember it was like $1.99 a burger, now $5.99. So everything has to go up. It's simple equation to me. And we haven't updated the ordinances for years. It's not about being a rubber stamp vote for the mayor. Mayor knows, and the administration knows how I feel about these changes. But sometimes we have to leave and get all the services done. And we complain about cleaner street. We need more cops on the street. We complain about everything. So we have to raise the revenue too. This is one of the way. And we haven't changed the fees for years. My vote is yes.
Thank you,
Madam
Council.
Clerk, before you call the vote, I would like to reconsider.
Okay.
Thank you. When you look at what's happening here locally, it's really just trying to box out the average everyday person. When we talk about making opportunities available, if you just look at what Newark has done, if any one of you would please go to YouTube and watch the Newark mayor, his address to his state of the city address to the city, talking about making opportunities available. These are fees that's going up 100%. These are just the beginning, because the Passaic Valley Sewer Commission is in here, and before you can even pay this fee to the city, you have to pay the fee to the Passaic Valley Sewer Commission, which is a separate entity within itself. In my case, I had to pay close to $28,000 just for that fee. Then you're going to add these fees on. The fees that are piled on make it impossible. Never mind the pay-to-play fees that you have to pay in order to get your application before the board in a timely manner. When people have permits and their permits get lost consecutively, we're adding on fees without increasing the value of services. So, Madam Clerk, I apologize for asking to assess my vote. I just could not go on without putting on record what we're doing here. Yes, there are rubber stamp votes that's going on here just to try to make amends or make up for the mayor's deficiencies. In fact, if council members weren't so inefficient in their ability to analyze projections before we started giving the mayor a free for all to spend all the money, we wouldn't be in the position we're in right now. This is what. So what do? We turn right back around and put it back on the laps of the taxpayers, those people who are carrying the burden. Anyway, Madam Clerk, I appreciate the opportunity. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson.
All right, that's the last one?
Okay, you were going to reconsider?
Call the final vote.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry.
Okay, the vote is 2 in favor, 5 against, 2 absent. The item number 8 fails.
Thank you. Do we have any more items, Madam Clerk? No more?
No more items.
Can I have a motion?
Motion to close the meeting?
Second.
Motion to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Jackson and Councilwoman Cotton.
Okay.
Roll call to close the regular meeting of
Roll call to close the regular meeting of May 9th, 2023. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, I got a couple of questions that I need to have someone to look into it. As you know, our traffic engineer has retired. He retired, I believe, the end of April. Well, I know, and our other engineer is going to be retiring in the end of May. I have two items, Councilman Velez, I have two items, and I need to be able to see if I can use the engineer that we have on staff now on two ordinances that I had asked to be prepared. But in order to do a traffic ordinance, you're supposed to have a traffic engineer. And I don't know when we're gonna get a traffic engineer. I need for our engineer that we have on staff now to be able to look at it. How long is it gonna be before we get a traffic engineer? And how long is it gonna be before we get the other engineer? Because as of now, we only got one engineer. So those are the two questions, but I need to be able to use the engineer we have now for two items that I have to reconsider for that. Also, the question is also, I happened to come downstairs and I noticed that our financial empowerment lady is not here no more because she was helping out greatly with Passaic Valley Water for people who could not pay their water bill, and she was helping out many people filling out the form that they had to go to the state of New Jersey because they got to go to the state of New Jersey first if you need help paying your water bill. Then it comes back to the water company, which is Passaic Valley Water. But now I noticed that she's not there. Is there going to be another financial empowerment person? Because she was very helpful with getting the water bills, people who needed help to pay their water bills. So those are the two things that I need. I need to get an answer really quick on the engineer, right, to do that one. I just want to say, I think that was the last thing, but I just want to assure everyone to please, you see the flyer out there, please participate in these listening sessions that the attorney, not the attorney general, the new chief that will be coming in, I believe on May 9th, he'll be coming in, Abashi. So please, if you can, make sure you come out. Also, there's quite a few activities happening within the next couple of weeks. So just, look at everyone's page, or most people try to post everything that's on there, so please do that. I think that I can't, it was something else, but I just didn't write it down. But I know, what's the name of our past corporation council came in and talked about the rent leveling board. I'm pretty sure that every council person here should know what role their person is on the board, what their role is, whether they're a tenant, whether they're a landlord, or whether they're a homeowner. I hope that that's what happened. And we still need one more person. We only got 10, we're supposed to have 11, so we still need one more person that got to come there for the rent leveling board. The mayor still has a report or someone.
Mayor, I'm missing mine too. And also, talking
you
about...
missing yours? No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. But I'm just saying, you have to look at what's there. Please, would somebody please write down with somebody, let us know what each person is. I know my person's a tenant. I know Min's person is a homeowner. I'm just saying, we all know already what our person is. We just need to know. No, it was first come, first served.
Right.
We've been going back since September to try to get this board going. It was whoever turned their names in first, that's how it went. We couldn't keep waiting and waiting. Corporation Council sent letters after letters after letters, asking for everyone to please submit, please submit. And so now, now we can't sit here and fuss about who got what appointment. Because if you threw your name in first, you have first choice. Right, I submitted mine ever since back in October. But I'm just saying, I need Corporation Council, please, I need you to look into this, just make sure for each name what their role is, that would be on the board, whether they're a tenant, whether they're a homeowner, or whether they're a landlord. Those are the three things. Okay, the clerk, well, Madam Clerk, they said that you have to be able to, and then the next question would be, Madam Clerk, the next question is, when are they going to be able to get started? When is going to be the date for them to be all sworn in and get started? Because there's so much stuff that's happening now. You know, in Corporation Council, I really got to come downstairs and talk with you tomorrow. I got about 4 or 5 cases of things happening to people in the community, and they need legal advice, and I don't know where to be able to send them. And so I need your help with some of these items that I have. The tenants are asking me, or homeowners are asking me, what should I do? Oh, Madam Clerk, thank you so much. Phyllis Riley, thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Corporation Council. I got a lot of stuff put on your plate. And our BA, you explained to me about the engineer and our CFO. To all my council colleagues, Councilwoman Mims, job well done on the 100,000. It was really nice. You know, the Saturday is about coming together, it's about working, it's about helping, and it's about doing. You know, we always say, if my name is in there somewhere, it don't matter where it's at, but it's in there. And that's how we have to look at it. If my name is in there, top, bottom, middle, and wherever. But if I'm going to participate and help, and that's what we all got to do, start helping each other. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Very brief. Let me take this time to thank all my third ward residents for reaching out to me. There was multiple issues that we really work really hard on different areas in the third ward, but we addressed all those issues, quality of life, public safety, and I would like to encourage all my constituents from the third ward, just keep reaching out to me. Let me repeat my personal cell phone, which is 973-930-1436. Once again, we're gonna continue enforcing those commercial vehicle parking overnight in the third ward area. I'm reaching out to the police. If you have a commercial truck, please find a lot to park it. Do not leave it outside. You're not allowed. It's against the law to leave those commercial vehicle industry overnight. We have to allow our residents to utilize our parking space in our community. So if you have a company, you should have a place where you could park your commercial vehicle. So also, yes, definitely, you know, whether it's taxi, whether it's van, whether it's truck, you need to have a yard for you to park your commercial vehicle. You cannot leave it overnight in the street. I'm driving around the third ward, and when I see when I see a commercial vehicle, I call the radio room myself, because we have to make sure that our residents have a place to park, and parking is very limited in our community. Let me just, we have a new chief, Chief Abashi. He's here. He's planning to put together some town hall meeting. Let's support, let's come together. I personally would like to say that I was very satisfied with the meeting that we had. Let's hope that we could move this city forward, which is the most important thing. Last but not least, let me congratulate all the students that got out of college for summer break. You know, I'm very excited. I got my daughter back home from Washington, D.C., out of Howard University. It's been a year. It's incredible. It felt like a couple of months, but it's been a year already. She did an amazing job on her first year. So Maya Mendez, congratulations. I love you. And I'm very excited to have you home for a couple of months at least. So once again, Paterson, have a blessed night and be safe. Thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
To the Mantilia family, Pop was an icon in our community. Had the pleasure to stop by the viewing service on Friday evening and spend time with the family. But I'll never forget his words of wisdom, his endearing, heartfelt hugs, and all the conversations over the years that he's given to me and for my family. So I do, you know, appreciate it. To Brother Roshawn Davis, who lost his mom the other day. My prayers are for him and his family. And then so many other people that are going through grieving, or your loved ones are sick. I am praying for you and your loved ones. I continue to lift up Elizabeth Estella, our poet laureate, Ms. Charlotte Shepperson, Mr. Ronald Hicks, and so many others. You are continuously in my thoughts and prayers. I want to acknowledge Wei Ani, who she's on the American Idol. She made it to the top 5 on there. Well, she's Wei McDonald to me, but she's Wei Ani on the show. And they're saying she's from Harlem, New York, because she does have roots there as well. But let's keep voting for her. They're on their way to Disney World now. That's the next stop for the top 5, and they'll go down to the top 3. So let's keep praying for that. I want to say, as we move closer towards the rebirth of Hinchcliffe Stadium, I will say it now, and I will say it like I said it before. Yes, votes matter. When you're voting for history, when you're voting on revitalization, and voting on progressively moving the city forward. To Madam B.A., Corporation Counsel, I have a recommendation for when it comes to the exhibition hall in the stadium. I would like to make a recommendation that we do field trips of our students, that they are allotted opportunities to come and walk through the exhibition hall and to visit the stadium and the field to learn the history and what has transpired and why that field is so significant. There's only 2 stadiums in the world that have the historic significance that Hinchcliffe Stadium has, and that's because it has the open seating inside of the stadium. It's only the 2nd one in the world, and I think our students, our children, our families, everyone needs to know that, and I'm really looking forward to May 11th. As the community may or may not know, I supported the project from the very beginning, and I'm really happy when others said it was not going to happen, that we see it with our own eyes, that it is here. And a lot of people wanted to see it. I'm glad that some people were able to see it before they closed their eyes, and that was some of their prayers. So Paterson, if I forget anything, there's so many events going on. Please just check the calendars and all that stuff. God bless you, and thank you to everybody for the 1,000 Women's March.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Paterson.
My
Thank you,
vote is
Madam
yes.
Clerk.
Thank you.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Just quick, Madam BA, Madam Commissioner Farrah Irvin Esquire brought some valid points. Please look into her claims or anything that she came up here and said, because it is she want to be in a safe part of it. So, and that's how I see it. Please get back to her and to us, her claims, and to move it forward. Yes, the rebirth of Hinchcliffe Stadium, yes, it's really important. Is a property that was awful, now it's coming back. But one thing that concerned me, and I did say this, we are $18 million on the whole. To attract the governor to give 2 more millions to the Hinchcliffe Stadium. Now, what I could tell the constituents of the city of Paterson, that we are $18 million. We lobbying for the governor for go to the Hinchcliffe Stadium. But hopefully, he comes and give us $30 million to balance the budget. Because really, that's what the constituents is going to say out there. They already saying it to me.
Thank you.
Hopefully they have heard our situation and give us the money that we need for the police department and other division that we are requesting. Last but not least, thank you to the 2 police officers that are here. I know that Councilwoman Mims requested why the body cameras was on when they had to approach an incident. That's a general guidelines. Attorney General guidelines. It was sent by emails. I know you receive it. and thank you for your service. You know, I always got to be proud of our police department and the great job they do out there with limited resources and limited equipment and technology. Hopefully the Attorney General did the right move, making sure that our police department is in the right place. The warm weather and this weekend is going to be tremendous. To all the residents of Paterson, please take care of your neighbor. You know, loud music is an ordinance. If a police officer goes there and address it, please go inside your house, put the music and you could hear it. You got seniors that live in your block. You got people that come from the hospital ill with terminated health situation, on and on, you know. A la comunidad hispana, por favor, tenga consideración de su vecino cuando ponga la música alta, etcétera, etcétera. Si pasa cierta hora de la noche, vamos a tener consideración por nuestros vecinos. So, saying that, I wish I could say it in Bangladesh or Arabic or whatever, but my ESL classes don't go that far. So, my vote is yes tonight.
Thank you, Councilman. Yeah. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We did better than other nights tonight. We keep talking about rebirth of the stadium. We could make all the requests, but somebody has a lease for what, 75 something years? It's up to them to listen to us, to listen to us or not. There's something to think about. No, that's fine, Councilwoman. I think 75-year lease, is that so? And it's a private entity who built it too. So they're the tenant for 75 something years. And I'll be there. It's a nice stadium.
Me too.
And I think 160 or 162 days school board. Our kids will be able to use it. The rest of the days, if anybody want to use them, you have to rent it out from them. And good night, everyone. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are...
Madam Clerk, I would like to reconsider my vote.
Okay.
No, she has to acknowledge.
Okay. The votes are 6...
No, you can't.
I'm sorry.
You have to call my name to speak before you call the vote.
Okay. Councilwoman Mims.
Okay. So I just want to put it out. There is a lease in place for Hinchliff Stadium through the Jackals, which is correct. But we also understand and we know that the Jackals is hosting Juneteenth in that stadium. So we can make these requests through the administration or just state it, because I'm sure they're watching our meetings, that we make a recommendation because it's about youth. And I'm sure the Jackals, if, you know, based on some of the plans I've heard for Juneteenth, that is one of their priorities with our youth and recreational opportunities. So I pray that in this request that was stated, as well as the request that is being made to this administration and the Jackals as they listen, that there are field trips for our students to come in and to visit Hinchliff Stadium, visit the exhibition wall. And with that being stated, Madam BA, I would like to get an update. I made a request during the process that there will be an opportunity to do a walk of fame into Hinchliff Stadium where the residents were able to purchase bricks with their names on it. I would like to get an update on where we stand with that. I have not heard any updates. That should be a part of the final piece to the project so that residents are able to, you know, landmark and put legacy footprints on that. With that stated, in my reconsideration, Madam Clerk, my vote is still yes.
Council President, reconsidering for a minute, please.
Thank you, Councilman.
Council President.
Can we reconsider your vote? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So saying that, Madam BA, there's a gentleman that has a American American Legion baseball team, Cardinals Paterson, and they take students from Eastside Kennedy High School from the ages of 15 and 19, and they want to get. We're talking about the youth, and they walk away, and they want to get and rent the Hinckley Stadium, sponsored by 2 Major Leagues baseball player, and it was denied. It was denied. Saying that, but my voice has a quorum. Say yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Now we have to close the meeting.
We can't.
The next one we come. Yeah, that's how good it is.
All they needed was a couple more minutes.